Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、163日目です。It is day 163. So, something interesting happened that is unprecedented today. So, I usually complete all my lessons and then you're used to seeing a 0, right? But this is the first time since the beginning of WaniKani that I've encountered a curriculum change or like a curriculum shift. So now there's one extra lesson. So there's one lesson I checked yesterday. Like we complete our lessons are good to go because we're in the fall state, right? We still got 3 days before the level up. Yeah, or not the level up, but 3 days before the second peak, which is very modest these days. So my thought was I go to the forum, I look for like a content swap or an injection somewhere, and I have seen threads about this where like people are upset that they're not informed, that meanings are changed, primary, secondary meanings are changed, and then they've trained themselves on specific definitions and then the definitions are blocked or what have you, right, after the fact. And I can definitely empathize with the whole idea of being trained on something and then not having like a historical log that is relevant to them automated, right? So for example, there's no log in front of this anywhere that suggests that something was changed in my curriculum. Now, while that is incredibly inconvenient, and maybe for those, I sympathize with those who are incredibly reliant on the face value of a tool because automation is king nowadays. And it kind of goes back to my fairly one-sided discussion. I thought about what I said yesterday in Duolingo, like during my Duolingo Japanese session, when someone came in and wasn't able to commit to explaining things, right, to me about what I inherently find was cyclic logic. This is probably a great time to bring that up. So this idea is, yes, I can sympathize with someone who is incredibly reliant on a tool. And when they use a tool to learn something, right, to form a habit, create a habit formation, and that association gets tweaked after the fact. So that's provided that the developer, they do list this somewhere. In the forums, you can look at content updates or something. In this case, I don't think it's posted yet. I think this was updated today because I use it on a daily basis. And I looked at the content update and there wasn't any shifts yet. So I'm expecting some sort of log post for this. Now, the concern about this criticism is often with people who are far later down the road in WaniKani, where changes are made to their review stack or their lessons without their notice, as in it's already passed. In this case, I can see the mechanical change. I had 0 lessons and now I have 1 today, right? So at least I observed a change here. But there is no backend there, as far as I know. There are no accurate backends to taking account of status changes. The content updates or alterations are listed in a word basis on the forum. Now, for myself, while I do sympathize those who are completely reliant on automation and a trust of a tool to do all the automation for you, I check content updates regularly as part of someone, at least myself, who don't actually expect this as a standard. Now, it is great to have that standard, right? Like, I love patch notes. I like reading patch notes regardless of how trivial it is. I play Neverwinter Online for over 11 years, and I still read the patch notes, and it could be like 3 bullet points. Fixed 3 typographical errors in a game that's over 11 years old, right? That's kind of me, but my baseline is that if I see something that I like or something that's automated for me, I compensate for it. And that goes back to Duolingo Japanese yesterday. When someone said there are richer ideas listening to podcasts and anime that Duolingo doesn't offer because Duolingo watered downs Japanese and make it gamery. Like, yes, that's essentially what it is built for. So you don't like Duolingo with its intended design, right? And I agree with you. Duolingo is definitely not for you. I do both. The idea is whatever Duolingo doesn't do, I will integrate that when I watch anime and podcast, or listen to podcasts, or listen to vlogs. I try to connect the things. When things do things differently, I complement them, right? And in this case, this is one of those. A skill that I have collected for the most part is I look at WaniKani, I see what it doesn't have based on my prior experiences. I see what it does have, and for me, I produce a behavior that may compensate for it in the future. So for this, I'm basically looking for a content update. The last announcement in the content forum was June 5th. It is June 11th. So there hasn't been a post to why I have a certain lesson. I imagine what happened was they either moved a later vocabulary word forward, as in to a lower level, and maybe they might have removed a current level that I have further down the line. They might have shuffled 2 things. The reason why I'm thinking they shuffled 2 things is to keep the workload stack the same, as in like the reductive way of saying we don't want to increase the reviews, right? So if you have to move one forward, you probably have, so it's a substitution, not a displacement or anything like that. Substitution. And so I'm likely thinking I might have words that I know now reappear somewhere down the line. That is probably the consequence of this update. And that's interesting. I'll keep track because I have the skills, in my opinion, to be invested in what I'm doing. So I will probably check the forums. Maybe I'll come back to you when about this. I did look and track and see something in the background before I started today, and I did notice that there are a few things that got shuffled around. So it can be confirmed in an indirect way. Exactly what happened, it's kind of hard to tell. And that's okay, right? For myself, it's not a point of emotional distraught or anything, largely because I will be able to adjust to it. Being blindsided and like being blindsided or pretending like you don't know this stuff may happen, or maybe ignorant and short-sighted enough to not see this stuff being a part of developing and maintaining the content of such a tool, in my opinion, can be incredibly emotionally stressing, which those people have my sympathies. However, I cannot empathize with individuals because personally having experience using tools, knowing what they do for you, knowing what you can do with them, knowing what you can use them for, which was the topic yesterday about Duolingo Japanese, that using the Japanese you learn by practicing it is not considered using Japanese according to people who have very selective focus. So that leads into this topic here where, well, there are many things I do outside of WaniKani, and inherently that type of experience creates foresight about these things. So I can no longer empathize wholeheartedly with the frustration that I may be able to sympathize with. Like, it seems logical to be irrationally miffed and angry. This is a very, very common topic on WaniKani, so it presents a great opportunity. I actually foresaw this to happen earlier, but it's happened now. And how long has it been? It's getting close to 200 days. Actually, it's only 163 days in. I was expecting this to happen eventually because of the way they lay out their apps without like announcements and whatnot. HanziHero actually has a dedicated announcement, not necessarily a log or a tracker for changes, but at least an indicator, an announcement. That's why every day I log into HanziHero, I think, oh, there hasn't been an update in over a month, right? And that kind of thing is fantastic. It's a modern standard. It's an expectation, right? It's an expectation. However, if it's missing, the due diligence lies on the user. Now, you could get angry and say, well, the developers don't listen to my feedback. They don't like putting this stuff in. You can ask them why they did not do this and how and the reasoning. And then if you disagree with it, that is a disagreement. It's a conflict of interest. However, while being distraught and spending lots of your energy complaining about something that a lot of people raised and they decided not to, and you still want to use the tool for what it can use, oftentimes negotiating the emotional impact is can be alleviated by having the skills to compensate for it anyways. So for myself, for example, here's another topic that comes up very, very frequently on WaniKani. Why can't I just schedule my reviews? Like, I want reviews to be set at X time because if it's my X schedule, not a time that whatever SRS is set for, right? And oftentimes those who cannot empathize wholeheartedly would suggest, well, what's the difference between waiting to do everything at once at your leisure than knowing that, you know, you see this is what triggers a lot of these people. Like, why can't it just be one stack? It's like, what's the difference between waiting till 7 p.m. or just waiting the next day when they're all stacked together and seeing this, right? And that is, in my opinion, often a lack of emotional awareness, because mechanically, when you set your schedule to a particular way, you'll be able to still do those things and enforce those things at your leisure, either sufficiently before or sufficiently after. So you can create the stack yourself by exercising due diligence. But this is often seen by those who I sympathize with but do not empathize with, is that idea they see it, so it exists as a problem, right? It is not seen as a convenience in which they don't have to adhere to. I don't have to wait till 7 p.m. to do all of them. I could wait even longer. Or I don't have to do all of them, and I can do 4 p.m. I can do the 19 tomorrow and then let the others stack. Why is this a little bit important? It's dealing with habit formation and then building consistency in things like communication practice. Things go up and down. There's a lot of wiggle room that is set to reality, right? When the reality of developing a life skill, especially language learning, interestingly enough, or habit, any form of habit formation, is there will be fluctuations, but it's the overall net consistency that's happening. So when what I feel the internet conditions very, very well, we can take a note from fitness. You know, Cue the person who believes that when they forget their creatine hit for the day, like they missed their creatine window for 2 hours, and all your gains are gone. You have to start over from scratch one. That's not how homeostatic things work. To use a biological system, like your body, a biological system as an example, and your brain doesn't do that either, for the record. So when you accidentally, leaped over 4 hours, your brain doesn't automatically suddenly forget and things are all out of whack, right? However, your emotions do. Now, I'm not suggesting that the brain and emotions are two different things, but I'm talking about the intellectual impact of memory, plasticity in memory, versus how emotionally distraught you can become, right? I think emotional awareness, which someone says emotional intelligence doesn't exist. So for those people, I'm not talking to people who don't believe in emotional intelligence, but one of the nature of emotional intelligence is the awareness that your emotions are potentially clouding your logical ability to negotiate these practical workarounds. A tool is fantastic if it's perfect, absolutely, but I certainly can't empathize with someone who finds like this to not be a workable thing to your advantage. Like, now you get to decide because of granularity, right? When something has a lot of resolution, it requires critical thinking skills in order to navigate the subtle fluctuations. This goes back to my discussion about internet behavior and how people talk about logic and generalities. When you generalize this, it's easier to find clarity, right? Let's say instead of using 4-hour blocks, they use 36-hour blocks. If they use 36-hour blocks, it means your schedule has less resolution. So naturally, if it was 36-hour blocks, you probably won't get any of this because there's no granularity between they're in 36-hour periods. I hope people aren't studying or take 36 hours to complete like a block of something like 100 reviews. I mean, it can happen. And when you generalize, it creates binning bigger, so you don't have to see the nuances or the resolution of or the details of things. So for example, yesterday someone told me that podcasts, anime have richer ideas than a gamery watered down SRS or attempt at an SRS system based on vocabulary. And their criticism is one has ideas and one doesn't have ideas, right? Well, one does something that they stated that's different from the other thing that is stated. So fundamentally, they're different. Citing the things that are fundamentally different from them makes them incomparable. The idea is you need an output as a form of comparison between the two. So I would take something like, oh, you learn paragraphs and context better with anime than Duolingo, and that would be acceptable. But that's not the metric they chose. They chose to describe what Duolingo is and what anime. They didn't even describe what anime and podcast is. They just said there's rich in ideas, whatever that means, right? And then they described using an application of what you learn as the transference of ideas. And here I am on WaniKani, and I'm thinking, what ideas are being transferred by WaniKani? Well, someone who's really, really upset about this, like if I have a friend and they come up to me and they're like, oh man, I love WaniKani, except this one thing where every time I'm doing reviews, they don't just collapse the things. Like if I finish in 4 hours or 5 hours, it should be the same. Like I don't want to see these bars. There should be an option for that. I'm like, okay, all right. Is there any possible way that you can interpret this differently, right? Would it be different if they told you that you have what, 39 reviews at 7 p.m. versus 19, 23, and 7, like after 7 p.m.? Or would you want to say there's 19 reviews before 4 p.m. and then these are ignored until next 4 p.m., right? And the idea is trying to look at it from a different perspective without changing the reality of like the objective fact of what's being displayed. And then I feel like stuff like that, conversation like that, looking at things from a different perspective can often transfer ideas, exchange ideas. Ideas are perceptions. They're not facts. Ideas are not facts. The fact is that person listed a fact about Duolingo being watered down in Gamery, which I agree, it is watered down in Gamery. That's the intent of its design. And then they didn't list a fact about anime or podcasts. They said there were rich ideas. That's like saying the thing I like, I'm going to hand wave so that it's excused from everything. And then I'm only going to name the negative thing, which also happens to be the fact about that thing. That is a leap of logic, and it's incomprehensible. So my attempt was to interpret that as straightforward, as direct as I can, with follow-up questions. And of course, it was followed up with nothing, like barely anything else. It actually followed up with a lot of statements that contradict their original statement. And to me, that gets back to WaniKani. So the question is, am I upset about this happening? Like, technically, I could give you an example of an emotionally an unaware person, like an emotionally ignorant person of themselves. I could see a case where someone is going to get miffed, and it's going to ruin their day to realize that, oh, maybe I was trying to maintain a 0-0 streak, right? A 0-0 streak. And now technically my 0-0 streak ended because I had one lesson and that should be saying 0. Like, why did they change it? It should say 0. It triggers me so much. Why? And then it goes down a rabbit hole of red herrings and confirmation bias. Like, why do they have to move it? It's not a big deal anyways. So after a while, you will come to a very large logical conclusion that this is a dumb thing that WaniKani devs do. And to me, that explains a lot more of the motivation in which you can get to a point where things like this, for someone who's outside of this problem at the current moment, where they're not concerned with the granularities of this stuff, they're like, I don't understand the big deal, right? You do the lesson, today will be another 0-0 day. Or why there isn't streaking or patch notes and whatnot. I think a lot of times when you already have skills and awareness of how those skills apply to your emotional response, you can talk about things like I'm talking about now and still appreciate continuing to do the things or changing it up yourself, right? I could write the patch notes and then someone say like, why would you want to write the patch notes? I mean, it's not your job to write the patch notes. And my thought was, well, I could learn something about writing the patch notes. I could learn something maybe a skill that I haven't used in a long time, about how to manage my time, for example. Time management. In fact, to me, it would be pretty interesting to look if they divided it up by half hour or even 10 minutes, because then you have so much granularity that is excessive. So they're trying to pick a balance, like would the resolution be more appealing to you with 1 hour resolution or 4 hour resolution? Technically, they could get away with 4 hour resolution largely because the minimum spacing of reviews are 4 hours from the time you did them. You can make an argument for that, certainly. So why am I saying all of this right now? Yesterday, when I was talking during Duolingo Japanese, it is the things I see and read that are constructive criticism or passed off as constructive criticism is far more emotional nowadays, which is something I have to take account of, right? It's far more emotional than it is constructive, and it has to come from somewhere. So for myself, if I'm managing a service, a live service, WaniKani is considered a live service. There are subscription, unless you're like me, who bought a lifetime license, right? Live service requires the need for sympathy or empathy for the source of the complaint. Understanding the source of the complaint allows for perhaps quality of life changes that may pay back in dividends, right? In this case, I do feel like there's a dissonance between the WaniKani community and the WaniKani devs. However, overall, I think is sufficient to maintain order, right? Now, there's another underlying theme here, and that's granularity and nuance. When someone, yesterday, my conversation with this particular person is one of those that I would say humorously, in a jokingly way, would be described more like, tell me that you don't care about the way you learn without telling me that you don't care. And you only care about the results. And that's perfectly fine, because that's what I'm used to talking about most of the time. I'm used to talking about people who care more about the results than they care about the thing they're talking about, like the process, right? So when someone sees Duolingo and they see watered down gamery, and then when someone sees anime and they see the limitless potential of the Japanese language, that is generalities. Now, I may have quite a lot of examples in my time to illustrate that in neither case they are what they seem from an experience standpoint, with nuance and granularity in terms of learning capacity with respect to like the user's mindset. Now, this person can choose not to see value in the things they don't like or want to use. It's a little bit different than passing it off as constructive criticism for someone else as advice, right? And I don't think the person was actually advising me. I actually asked them, to the person's credit, I asked them what they think, and they were very candid. So now I can use that as an example to demonstrate how I get closer to the normal commentary that I receive. Duolingo fundamentally doesn't do what anime does. So if you want to use Duolingo for what it does, and then use anime for what it does for you, right? Anime is very highly complex. Talking to another person is incredibly complex. Now I can give you an alternative example in which the more complex thing may be exceedingly complex to the point where it becomes a passive process that is incomprehensible. When we think about comprehensibility, which is a very common trend for language learning, comprehensibility, in my opinion, also includes the perception of the person and the mindset. So if you're not interested, for example, in a discussion, for example, that yesterday's when that person dipped in the middle of the conversation, if you're not interested in the conversation, that is one of the mechanical drawbacks to the complexity of listening to podcasts and anime. Now that is a compromise. Not only is there a richness in ideas, which I'm presuming I understand what this person means by the richness of ideas, the potential of extracting and exchanging ideas, or in the case of that person, the potential of being informed of an idea, not exchanging or applying or using the idea. I disagree fundamentally with that person. When you're watching an anime, you are not using an idea. An idea is being explained to you, or at least this person is hoping that it is explaining an idea to you. It's different when you're watching a show and you're thinking outside, you're breaking the fourth wall and you're constantly analyzing the anime. Like, what is the influential potential of a serialized shonen show that runs for 1,000 episodes plus? That is the exchange and transformation of applying the idea. You witness this product and now you're applying the ideas that it gave you, not passively soaking in an idea that is explaining to you. Like, oh, hey, Monkey D. Luffy is very powerful because the show told you it's very powerful. And my first thought is Monkey D. Luffy is powerful in many different ways that isn't just simply being a pirate literally on the screen. Much like Duolingo doesn't do what anime does, but it does other things, right? And WaniKani does that too. So why is that important? When you delve into a skill, and sometimes people think learning specifically just the context of a language is the skill. That's knowledge, in my opinion. And applying that knowledge requires skill and wisdom and experience, right? So when you gain knowledge of a language, you use it in as many ways as you can. And it is very obvious to me that person, when presented with the literal evidence in front of them, when they're chatting and whatnot, they cannot see that I am using things that I learned. One thing that they fail to appreciate, because in my opinion, it's right in front of them every single day, is that I am streaming this actively and providing commentary on its impact on me. That person don't see that anymore because it's very normal. So how would it look like if someone sits there, goes online, and then the algorithm feeds him like 60 different things that confirm what he believes in to be true? You no longer see it. You repeat the knowledge that you have, but is it true anymore? That is the question I was trying to get at. And to me, since I don't share the same perspective as this individual, I was trying to introduce an alternative viewpoint. I understand that person's viewpoint. Now the question is that person able to understand my viewpoint? Because the reality is I spend more time interacting with other people. Like, if I had to take a bet, I'd probably spend more time interacting with people and talking about language learning with other people than this person. It's hard for me to imagine someone able to trivialize how other people require certain things to get into language learning or to be consistent in language learning, to come to a logical conclusion in which they generalize things without awareness of the granularity, the nuances of learning. So, but it is, again, very, very possible for someone to learn another language, but fail to ever refine or iterate on the way they learn something. To me, that is what I like to emphasize when language learning becomes overrated. Like, if someone says, oh yeah, language learning is overrated, people think learning a language does all these things, and my first response is, I actually agree with you. For the most part, nowadays on the internet, unintentionally, people don't learn these things anymore. They don't quote seize the opportunity of reevaluating the way they learn by tackling a very difficult challenge. They actually spend most of their time having someone else do that solving for them, and then find the easiest, most convenient, short path, lowest effort possible way to make themselves consistent, and hope that that hard task, that hard, long task that requires problem solving, critical thinking, self-evaluation. And we also talked slightly about discipline, which this person only talked about one sphere of discipline, and that's being emotionally stoic. And I tried to add to that, but I doubt that person was around. But discipline is like saying anime makes you good at Japanese. That's the reductive nature of the conversation. Their description of discipline was, oh, it's the ability to suppress and manage your emotions so that you can get the things done regardless of your motivations. That is probably quintessentially one of the most generic way of understanding what discipline is. Discipline has at least 4 or 5 spheres that can be categorized. And even then, I don't think 5 categorization is sufficient. That's kind of like this WaniKani. If you look at WaniKani in blocks of 24 hours, which HanziHero does, right? I don't see the rest. But then when you look at 24 hours as 24 individual hours, then you have WaniKani's review forecast. And now it looks a lot noisier. It looks interesting. You have a lot more details to look at. It's like, oh, hey, look, I know exactly where I digressed one of the days. Oh, that's interesting, right? It captures more information. But do you find that information useful? Well, that's a great indicator of whether you care about the process or not, or you care about the granularities or the details. Now, when it comes to the overall scheme of language, this person categorized that the spoken language is overall, and hello Jack, sorry, hello Jack. So this person yesterday categorized that at its core, a language is inferred, this is inference, is made to be spoken. And my thought was, are you inferring that is made to be spoken? Because so far, you have only typed. And then watching an anime is listening. Watching, listening to a podcast is listening. That's a different dimension of speaking. Yes, they are related, for sure. But meanwhile, I'm here looking at a screen with characters that involves reading and writing. So that to me illustrates what my position was already when talking to this person. this person, again, you can still become fluent in a language. You can learn a native, like you have, that person has a native language. You can have these things. You don't have to be interested in them. And I think that's where that person and I clash very hard, right? I do not, I'm not interested in generalities. I'm actually interested in how deep a person gets in the granularity of learning. Duolingo doesn't work if you let the flaws, if you don't understand the flaws or the things it lack are the things you need or require for sufficiency. If you don't remember any of the vocabulary, do you understand why you don't remember any of the vocabulary over the long term? And if you do learn that from using Duolingo, then drop Duolingo and go find possibly another tool that does it for you. Or alternatively, you can do it yourself, right? While using a tool. There are two different paths here. One is definitely far easier and less and far more efficient, and it doesn't involve reinventing the wheel or doing any effort, right? In critical thinking, you can go look for a tool that will provide the solution for you. However, when this person compared the watered down gamification of Duolingo to anime, they legitimately did not respond to my criticism that there are things watching anime doesn't do. One of them is it doesn't hold you accountable for actively watching the anime on a regular basis at a time in which you are held responsible for getting a correct answer to something. An anime at the end does not prompt you. Was someone being a nuisance in chat? No. It was like a quick talk, and then the person left after I asked them a bunch of questions, and I like tried to double down on talking about seeing what things can offer them, but they just choose not to see that. So, but they left already. Like they left way. Like I wanted to know. See, I didn't even get to the point where I wanted to ask them, what do their schedule look like now? Like how long have they been doing? Like what are the pitfalls that they have come to realize about themselves? Like up and down. They were gone beforehand. So I just continued. I continued with my spiel. I did a spiel. I talked in the beginning of Duolingo Japanese yesterday for like 3 to 4 hours, and I was making a comment because I was trying to demonstrate something that may look excessive. Like if someone saw it, it's like, why are you overcomplicating these things? Why are you working harder? Just go find a tool. Like, why don't you just go on Boon Pro and it does all of this stuff for you, right? And I was trying to spend 2 or 3 hours practicing how I would explain why I'm like drawing arrows and listing WaniKani stuff when I'm using Duolingo Japanese, right? So after the 3 or 4 hours, I paved a lot of examples and anecdotes. And then immediately after that, this person said something. They asked a question, an innocent question, which I answered to the best of my ability. Then I followed up with a question for them, and they were the exact prototypic person that I spent 3 to 4 hours talking about. So then I did the spiel again, or I was already seasoned. I was already warmed up. So I might have been a little bit like ready already for the discussion, and I might have been a little aggressive. I was moving fast. I was moving very fast. But in the end, the way this person generalized things, I was hoping that I could make it appear like you can do more than simply watching anime and podcasts for ideas, and then you only can see Duolingo as a watered down gamification. thing. Like, the idea was, okay, if they think anime is rich in ideas, anime is rich in a lot of other things too. You can sentence mine, you can watch a very specific anime podcast, you can add even more things that you would learn from Duolingo. Like, how does one compartmentalize and extract sentences? Sentence mining is an aspect of Duolingo that would inspire someone to be like, oh, you know what? I really love this scene from an anime, and I need to break this scene down. I really want to know what they're saying here. So you can take a transcriber, transcribe the entire dialogue, break, quote unquote, water down the dialogue into sentences and words, and then look at the specific vocabulary words, right? These are ways to learn that demonstrates that what anime does is not enforced for what Duolingo does. And one is cheaper than the other to this person. But the way that person talked to me, it was very targeted because I happened to be on Duolingo when they brought it up. They didn't talk about an understanding of what Duolingo does and what anime and podcasts do for them. So I very aggressively, I'm gonna admit, I concede, I was a little bit aggressive, like fast even. I wanted to ask, like, what do you think anime does for you? I'll give you an example. Like, this is what I did yesterday, I believe. I asked them, what do you think, can you explain what do you mean by rich ideas? Like, what is that? I'll give you my idea while you're writing yours. The person didn't ever respond, by the way. I told them, like, okay, so one thing that is present in Duolingo when it comes to the learning process that is absent in anime is due diligence. It is scheduling. Oftentimes when people watch anime, there is not a plan or itinerary or a schedule to watch anime. Now, you could make an argument you only watch seasonal anime and you watch it when they first come out. That's fair. That's actually scheduling. Now, does the scheduling involve active learning? Actually, no. In fact, most of the time when people say, oh, I just want to be told that I get to always watch anime and it'll be good enough to become fluent in Japanese, that is overgeneralization. If you step back enough like this, where you generalize enough, yes, input from anime can potentially make your Japanese really awesome. But how? What's the granularity? What's the explainer for these things? Can this person explain to me how that process works for them? Or are they generalizing and having wishful thinking? Because wishful thinking implies that they are undisciplined. So then I asked, and they asked me, oh, you do this every day, right? That seems like it's very disciplined. And my first question I asked them afterwards is, what do you think disciplined means? Like, what is that? What does it look like? And then they described that discipline is being able to do things consistently, whether you like it or not, and being emotionally stable about it. And I thought about it for a moment. I think if I can recall, what I did was I paused. I read his statement in my mind a couple more times, and I told them, if that is the only evaluation of discipline, like if they're solely evaluated on the idea that even when you're emotionally drawn out and tough, discipline is overcoming that, like overcoming all your emotional baggage and whatnot and continuing to follow through, I told him that I'm not a disciplined person by that definition. And I explained why. Because discipline also requires that you understand when it's not working, you know how to make it work better. So ultimately, it's a balance between, oh, okay, I'm a little tired now, but it's okay. I can still manage to get my results or progress being slightly tired. When I'm really tired, something is not working, and it takes discipline to understand that I need to fix this. I need to reevaluate what I'm doing in order to be consistent again. And the reason why I say I'm not that disciplined compared to this guy's perception of discipline is most of the time I'm not doing things because I hate it. I don't voluntarily do things because I have to overcome some sort of burnout or some grind. I am disciplined because I focus a lot on making that not something I have to do. I spend my time with due diligence and very clever things about myself to make the experience as enjoyable as possible. Not the easiest possible. It's very different. Not the simplest possible. I am using due diligence and discipline to be consistent at doing the most I can without constantly feeling like I'm doing it because I have to. That is part of discipline. There are at least 4 spheres of discipline. One of them also deals with scheduling, time scheduling, right? Being able to evaluate and introduce new ideas consistently, forming habit formation. It's not what this person described simply as perseverance. That, in my opinion, discipline isn't just sticking to something. Yes, and to me, it gave me a golden opportunity to illustrate what I spent 3 to 4 hours yesterday explaining beforehand just to myself. Like, I was talking to no one when I was doing Duolingo Japanese. I was explaining why I'm doing this. It was a pure coincidence. People don't listen to, like, I don't talk to people when I'm ranting and monologuing at the beginning or the end of things. Like right now, I'm monologuing in the beginning, and you happen to show up, Jack. I'm not intended to talking to anyone. It's something that I talk to myself about in order to keep myself, ironically, more disciplined. And the idea here is, I'm concerned. I am very, very concerned when I want to make friends. I want to interact with other people. Like if I want to work with someone, right? Or work for someone or interact with someone in the long term. My first thought is, if you are rudimentarily lacking discipline, emotional intelligence, and also like process-oriented thinking or goal-oriented, like problem-solving and critical thinking skills, generally speaking, I would like to get ahead of that first. Because in my vision, I think automation, the internet, algorithm, all these automations have made it optional to have these skills. And these skills make someone, in my opinion, this is my personal belief, with these skills, life seems far less miserable. And in my opinion, it's a superpower for most humans. In today, it might seem like a superpower. I would say before all of this hyper optimization and conveniences, they were a necessity. They were necessary to be successful. Being able to communicate. The irony here is this individual, I kind of slightly got triggered, and I said that later down the road. This person described to me like learning Japanese is effectively at its core all about communication, or about communicating. And my thought was, yes, so does using the English language. so does everything else that I mentioned. How you communicate is an expression in itself mechanically, but it also is bound and capped by how much wisdom you have. So when you go around saying huge hand wavy comments, a way to improve your communication and one's wisdom is to challenge oneself to see how well you can actually communicate those ideas. So going up to someone who happens to be on Duolingo Japanese and saying it's a watered down, it doesn't count as using or applying the language while streaming it as well, and then saying that it's watered down in gamery, which is what it is. That's great. That's knowledge, but not wisdom. You're bound to expect to have someone ask you a question like, and what does that mean to you? Like, break it down for me. It's like someone coming up is like, oh, you're playing a video game, so it's not serious. Okay, break it down for me. How is a video game not serious to you? Like, explain. Because saying what the thing is doesn't explain what you mean or how it involves providing wisdom. Like, for example, I could say, oh yeah, that apple, that's an apple. That's why it sucks. That's an orange. That's why it doesn't suck. That's what they said to me. I don't, in my opinion, that might be unfairly generalizing, but if I were to get on the level of that person's discussion, I'm like, yeah, I know Duolingo watered down things and gamify things. Do you understand why they do it? Do you understand what was the intent behind it? And then can you tell me what the pros and cons of doing that is? Right? Like, why did Duolingo gamify language learning? If you can explain that to me in your own words, why that is also bad and not rich in ideas compared to anime, then we're getting somewhere. However, if you can't, or you leave and don't defend it, or what have you, then yeah, it's far more efficient. And it would be agreeable to both of us that perhaps we're not in the best of state of mind to exchange ideas. Because they believe, in my opinion, that when someone talks at them, that's a transference of ideas. It isn't. When I talk at you, you ignored what I said and what I asked. That's not a transference of ideas. That's a pretending like you listened and you did nothing. That's passive learning. If you passively engage in most things, you can listen to it and think you know something and retain nothing. That is exactly who I was talking to. And I do feel that is a social norm on the internet. It's a part, but definitely not the only thing to man, I don't get why so many people downplay Duolingo so much. Like, sure, it's not the best, but nothing can be the best. It's just what you like. Do what you want to do, even if it's slower or so-called worse. That's something else. They make it something like Duolingo offers virtually nothing. It does. That is, you captured the moment, Jack. I don't think I've ever more consistently encountered a comment than somehow something that exists does nothing. When it comes to like the internet culture, you either do everything, either it's the best or it's the worst. And to me, I push back on that because I don't want to personally, as a PSA, I don't want people to normalize that. I think the internet has done a great job unintentionally informing people while hyperpolarizing 0 and 1s. And to me, it's important skill that affects the way people communicate with each other nowadays. Like I still continue to focus on communication. So when someone isn't a winner, they are a loser. I don't like that. I'm not the greatest fan of normalizing what is objective and then substituting emotional interpretations of what is objective as though it's fact. It's a fact that Duolingo is gamified. It's not a fact that it is similar to anime and therefore anime is better. That is not a fact. It is a fact that the person prefers to watch anime than be on Duolingo. That is probably a fact. More likely to be a fact. And also, anime is different from Duolingo. That is a fact. Now, trying to compare them when they are fundamentally different, that is illogical. That requires a leap of logic. So, can you do both? Okay, according to this person, you can't. So that's kind of, you know. Hang on, let me ban this bot. Our daily bot on Twitch. They say it's watered down and gamey, but maybe I like it like that. We didn't go into there. I think that would have been very inappropriate. I may have indirectly insisted that it might work for other people, but we weren't talking about if it worked for other people, right? For example, if you know what I mean, Jack, it would be very inappropriate to do what they were doing, which is using whataboutisms. Basically, here's a great way to you apply whataboutisms in internet arguments. They will cite an example that supports their situation, their position, and then they will cite the negative example of the situation that disproves the thing they don't approve of or they don't believe in. So instead of comparing what two things do and then comparing what those same two things don't do, they choose to focus on what the thing that they like actually does with great detail because they use it, right? If they use it, they are more likely to know more about the things that they're doing. Despite me asking them, they didn't answer that question either. So, and then when you're talking about the negative thing they don't like, they only cite what it doesn't do, or they infer that it doesn't do the thing they're looking for. That's fine. What I attempted to do is add to what they haven't considered. Duolingo schedules things. It has a path. Anime does not. Right? So that is... I didn't say if it was good or bad. I didn't use like negative comments like, oh, Duolingo has an excellent, important, sufficient learning path for those who are lazy to schedule time. And anime, there's no schedule at all. It's kind of like willy-nilly and undisciplined. I could have said that if I was using the same type of cherry-picked emotional response, interpreting like facts about things while spinning it with an emotional bent. Like, oh my gosh, watching anime is so terrible because it doesn't help you learn how to schedule and be active with your learning things. It's like, well, anime just doesn't do that. However, someone saw potential. Now you can have an app that schedules your immersion. And that person knows how to make a couple of money off people's insecurities and inconveniences. So now you can go and click on your favorite, I don't know what's in vogue right now, but in Japanese, there are quite a lot of apps that schedule your immersion. Or they give you and sieve through immersion so you don't have to look for them. Heck, there might be a service out there that organized the anime in a progression level, so you don't have to think about choosing your anime and being interested, because you can get them to convince you that this works. Trust the process, right? That's great. That is someone who knows that there are things about watching anime at your own choice that people don't do. I'm not making those products, I just do them. Off topic, but that has to exist. It does exist because I'm thinking of very specific examples. In fact, there's one for Spanish, Dreaming Spanish. Hats off to those people who are combining immersion and then breaking it down and using a scheduling process and evaluation process. There's an import version where you import your things and it breaks it down and archives it and stuff. It starts with an M. It's like Migoku or something. I forgot what it's called. Sorry. Mira. Let me hang on. Immersion Japanese app. What is it? No, it's not Jump Speak. Not Fluent U. Oh, Migaku. Yeah, I was close, but not close enough. Migaku, where you can consume whatever you have and it will distill and archive all the things for you. So it will tell you things that you might have messed up or challenged and stuff. And that's great. Where there's a market, where there's someone who understands different parts of what people don't do, you can market that, you can sell that. And that's why they're making a lot of money. And their preferences equal universal facts, am I right? Yeah, more or less. And whataboutisms is a wonderful phrase that came out. I think it's a really old phrase, but recently it came up to more popularity, whataboutisms. And that's the whataboutisms. A great example would be, oh, I see, you're learning Japanese pretty well with WaniKani. What about Anki? There's millions of people being successful with Anki. It's like, well, what about it? Explain it. Explain it to me in a way that makes me understand that you understand what WaniKani does for me, and then explain what Anki can do for me, and then compare and contrast what Anki has that I can leverage. Explain the inner workings of Anki to me so that I can see a use case for it in which it is not redundant or comparable, right? I use Duolingo because I don't use anything else like Duolingo. So I watch anime not doing what Duolingo does, because if I wanted to do what Duolingo does, I would use Duolingo. And then sometimes I get a little spicy and I bring whatever Duolingo does into my anime, and then I bring whatever WaniKani does into my Duolingo. That's different. That's next level. That is the transference of ideas. This person thinks that sitting around, in my opinion, this person gives me the impression that if you're sitting around and you're listening to a podcast, you learn the stuff, or like you've soaked in the concepts. I can tell you now, there are kids every day who sits through a class and effectively do not retain or learn anything because they choose not to. So yes, it is about communication, but there's another point to this. It's the person at the other end. So when someone says transferring ideas, how is it trying to transfer the ideas to you? How is it doing it? Because if you're not interested in it, you don't gain any transference. It's interference. Interference is an antagonist to transference. So if you don't like the way WaniKani works, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be a terrible experience for you. And then this person is telling me that if you have discipline, you can make WaniKani work. Then why do you think Duolingo is a watered down gamification that offers little value to as opposed to podcasts and anime. Funny. I just found it a little bit. I was being cheeky. I do have to admit, and I'm being cheeky right now, where this person represents the ideal example that I am doing all of this to address. I'm trying to be very flamboyant, like a bit more reactive, a bit more explanatory, because I think you can have discipline and you can make things very disciplined, and all while at the same time be working very hard without necessarily feeling miserable all the time. But my thought is, there are people who think out there that you can do everything you want nowadays without it being hard at some point or something along the line. Because hard also means unfun, and hard also means not interesting, and hard coincides with exhaustion. And I don't think they do with discipline. And I do hard things not because there are easier things to do. I do hard things because it's intellectually challenging and it makes me excited. Like, man, Duolingo is watered down. How do I fill it up? I don't know. Watch me do it. You know, how do I fill my time up with this? All this talking is because today WaniKani did this weird thing, and here we are, 1 hour later, and I'm still talking about it. It's such a great topic. Like, am I using the Japanese that I've learned? Well, kind of indirectly. I mean, I'm learning Japanese using WaniKani, and then it sparked all these different takes and different topics and whatnot, and off topics even. And that's awesome. That's why I come on and pander to myself most of the time until someone comes in, challenges me, and we spend like 3 or 4 hours going back and forth if they want it. But usually it's like 15 minutes and the person can't explain anything to me anyways. And of course, you might be saying, well, the fact is I have a mic and then that other person is stuck typing. Hear me out. You just stated the same thing this person talked about with Duolingo and anime. You stated a fact that's true about me. I have the mic. And then true about you having to text. But what aren't you saying? I cannot randomly look up facts, fact check my grammar, and do everything live, right here, visible, because I have to do it live. You also have the benefit of fact checking out your logic. When I ask for a definition of discipline, you could actually do that very, very quickly. You can cross-reference and then send your message. So now we're a bit evening out what the differences are. So if you choose to only see that I have a mic and it takes you time to type, listen here, right? What happens when I give someone else a mic and me typing? That person then would say, well, I'm introverted, so I don't really know how to practice communicating through speech, and I'm not comfortable with that. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's what we call a double standard. A double standard. So you think, in my opinion, that my ideas just come from thin air, and I have no experience about language as a communication device. I have no idea that Duolingo is watered down and gamified, and then no idea that anime has a wealth of ideas that you can learn from or choose to gain. That's an interesting thought. And I used this example again yesterday, Jack. It's a Dr. Mike example where he was reacting to an anti-vaxxer, and then that anti-vaxxer said this one line. She said like, "Oh, well, I understand the facts. I actually, unlike other people," inferred, unlike other people, I study and read in front of Dr. Mike. Like, so yes, so Dr. Mike reads and studies too. Like, what are, like, how? I don't understand. Like, so because you actually read and study, that somehow makes you different from the person you're talking to who also studies and reads. That's what I hear a lot of times when someone says, this is better, that's worse, this is the best, that's the worst. I hear, I like this, I don't like this. I like this, I don't like this. Explain. Well, my explainer is, I like this and I don't like this. Like, well, okay, I'm glad we cleared that up, because I am no more wiser than I was before answering the question. May I attempt to share some of my wisdom? You don't have to listen to the wisdom or the knowledge. I just want to share my point of view, and you can take it or leave it. Most of the time, people leave it. So that confirms my biases. I would love to differ and say these people educated me in the way of learning that allowed me to add more things. I added WaniKani because there were people that invested time in explaining what WaniKani does to me. I learned about SRS and HanziHero because there were people who understand the process because they used it a lot, and I was genuinely enthusiastic about it. I watched a new movie 2 days ago because someone genuinely resonated with the things we talked about. The movie was fantastic, by the way. Perfect Days. If you like Japanese things, like a modern life, like mundane life, understanding the the humbleness of austerity, like simple life, and from a Japanese perspective, Perfect Days is fantastic. It was really wonderful. Minimum like bombastic slap in your face set pieces, the average Joe, minimum like dialogue. It was like an appreciation for nonverbal communication that really highlights the Japanese culture and the Chinese culture when it comes to like everyday life. Man, that movie was fantastic. And I'm preparing this because not Tom Nook was the one that suggested it, and I'm ready. You will watch that, Jack? I would love to hear what you think about it. To me, that's my life, by the way. Like, surrogately, that's what it feels like. It's a whole host of emotions, but I'm really doing things relatively similar every day. I get up, look at all my emails. I'm gonna write this in Japanese soon. My daily routine. What does my daily routine look like? I get up, I like do the squat. I can even if I had a useful camera or thing, like if I had like a camera or a dolly or something, right? I would illustrate the maneuver I do. So my bed is on the ground. I literally sleep like, this is coincidence, like the Japanese person in Perfect Days. I have a trifold foam pad. It's like a futon, but it's like the Western version, like the memory foam tri-block. So I basically sleep on the ground, and I can illustrate the maneuver I do. I would like turn my cover over, like my blanket, and I would like get up in an L sit, like into an L, and I would rotate and I would squat up right into my chair, and then I would hit the power button and check my emails. I check my emails, I look at the stock market or investments. I look at investments. Then I go on Discord, look at my Discord, and then I check my YouTube channel for any comments, right? Then I sit there, look at the top splash page of YouTube, click on 2 different videos, look at them, and then I grab my secondary phone, right? And I look at the time from yesterday. I log my time from yesterday. Then I go change and I go outside and run. Then I come back and then I check on my Discord again to see if anything. And then I set up stream for the day. And then now I'm here. You actually prefer sleeping lower to the floor, but you have a enormous bed frame and don't want to dismantle. Ah, okay. Yeah, I sleep on the ground. Like, when I saw this guy who lived such a simple life, like, Perfect Days was fantastic. Like, it was such a minimalistic lifestyle. Yes, for the record, I consider you can be minimalistic while owning, quote unquote, while engaging in a lot of things. So this person actually did the full 9 yards. They are disconnected with the internet. Actually, I had so many thoughts about it. For me, I don't own a lot of things in my life. In fact, if the house burned down now, right? Like, if everything burned down, knock on wood, right? Hypothetically, if I lose everything I own now, the vast majority of my wealth and like assets or quality of things are not on me. Like, what I mean is, outside of my actual literal life, the things I own are not material goods. So whenever I think about a bed, do you have a floor? Like, for example, if I visit one of my friends, their friend's house, right? Actually, one of my best friends, they barely have furniture in their living room. And that reminds me of my living room. For 7 years in grad school, I didn't have any furniture. I had Amazon boxes where I only take out the Amazon boxes when I need to fetch something from an archive, and then I put it back. So it's always a stack of the same Amazon boxes. And if I need to sleep, I would ask my friend, do you have floor space? Because I would just sleep on the floor. Like, give me a blanket, or I would bring a blanket. I actually bring a sleeping bag a lot of times, do like the old style where pull out a sleeping bag. And nowadays you can buy a tri-fold foam pad and just stick it in the back of your trunk and get going, right? That's the movie spoke to me in many ways, where you can still, like, no, I'm not gonna, like, there's not much to spoil because it's about a person's average life, but one thing is very appreciative is people go through emotions regardless of how austere their life is, however simple their life is. They go ups and downs, but it's the idea that overall you have an appreciation for the pace of your own life over all those emotions. And the performance the guy gave was amazing. It was short of amazing. You see him smile, you see him talk, smile with his eyes, cry, intrigue. It was a fantastic movie. I think not Tom totally knew. We were meeting eye to eye because we were talking about mundane life and modern life movies, and he was like, oh, if you like that, you'll like this. And like, yeah, nailed it. Oh, anyways, that's a digression. But yeah, all that happened in the last 2 days. So anyways, we gotta refocus on this. Now, what started all of this? Something happened in WaniKani that I think a substantial minority, like a notable loud minority, get really angry about. Like they get miffed over time about. And my thought was, I see it. It does happen. At least it happened to me today, which we'll see how we adjust to it in the future. I imagine this stuff is gonna happen more frequently as our volume. All right. So, anyways, we do. With all that said, we still have to go over. Looking at some shots from the movie, it looks beautiful. The cinematography makes austere life in Japan so romantic, and that's fantastic. I like those romanticisms, and I think there was another person. I think 3 days ago, yes, 3 days ago, they talked about the work culture and like happenstance. And my thought, I made this comment very briefly, like this requires context, but the context was talking about the potential work culture being sucky, like being an office worker would be sucky. And my thought was, I'm not born Japanese. It may be a different lifetime, but if someone knows me from my younger time, I would be one of those weirdos that would love his office job. And this movie illustrates the Eastern culture that instills in a lot of people who are not raised on Western culture. When I think of people working day in, day out really hard at an office job, I think of myself. Like, I'm that guy that if you ask me to do something and I'm responsible for it, I'll do my best with it and try to find as many things to appreciate about it and all the things that it comes with in the larger scheme of things. There is joy to helping someone walk to work every day. There is wonderful redeemable quality in picking up trash for someone. Like, that's what I enjoyed quite a lot about the message in that movie. You go through life with lots of emotional things, but there is an aspect of being alive in the moment that can elevate. I'm not saying you can be like entirely happy or self-satisfied, not stressed. The movie entirely actually suggested that. But this person tried every possible waking moment to elevate their circumstances and still find austerity, like life, the simplicity of life, incredibly beautiful. I don't want to spoil anything yet, like the small details. It's really the small details, not the large generalization. Like, you can summarize the movie in one sentence. Like, if you're focused on like generalizing, like, oh, it's a movie about someone's regular life. That's it. But how it goes about it is amazing. And there's one detail that illustrates exactly what I'm doing today. Like, this very video represents what that guy does in various ways, and I also do various things that guy doesn't, but that guy's routine is a representation of what I do. No one's telling me to go out and run every day, and this guy does other things. This guy does other routines to maintain. It's so beautiful. It's a wonderful, beautiful. That's why it's, in my opinion, long story short, that's why I think it's called Perfect Days, because days are not perfect. Each and every day is not perfect, but it can be perfect. So what does that mean? Is a perfect day inherently not perfect? Today, I found that it was a perfect time to talk about what happened yesterday. For example, to be a middle-aged Japanese man who lived in the countryside, how intimate. I don't want to break this to you, Jack, but that is a middle-aged man in the middle of Tokyo. And his job is in the middle of metropolitan Tokyo. So he's stuck in the countryside. I'm sorry, Jack. but he's actually living an austere life in the middle of Tokyo. Like it's to contrast the fun thing is he's living a simple life and yet he's slapped dead in the middle of Tokyo. So I'm sorry about that. I just had to raise it. You'll find out like 3 seconds in. You'll find out. Oh, you were kind of referencing how people romanticize Japan. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were referring to the movie, because the movie can give you that impression too. But what I mean is, you can be on the internet, right? For example, you can literally feel like you're slap dead in politics, religion, spiritualism, 4chan, TikTok. But you can do all of that slap dead in the middle and still have control over your life, appreciation for the smaller moments, breathe, feeling in like small and large at the same time. And I love the little details. There's so many little details in Perfect Days. I'm looking forward to talking to Tom about the movie. So I think the runtime was like 2.5. Oh, it's so good. Sorry. Okay, the more you think about it, you get more amazed by life and you start to understand that the micro things seem to make the most impact for you, at least, rather than the macro side of things. I'm getting older, Jack. You're old. You're a middle-aged man already, without being a middle-aged man. Literally, I don't think you're a middle-aged man. I mean, I don't consider myself a biologically middle-aged man yet, but I imagine you're not magically 40 plus at the moment. There's something great to being old mentally, or older. You were kind of, yeah. So, that was a general response. Sorry, my thought process was a little bit out of sync because I wanted to emphasize that this guy is amazing because he does something in the hustle bustle of Metropolis, which that was a great, the way the film was staged for the Japanese lifestyle illustrates the tranquility. You're a 50-year-old Japanese man stuck in 90-year-old body dress. Yeah, like these moments are the moments I want to capture. And I have a new movie to suggest now, thanks to not Tom Nook. Like, you want to know what it's like and why I'm doing all this? Why am I using WaniKani? Why am I using Duolingo? Why am I learning a language? Perfect Days. Or if you like anime, Frien is a good one. I think Frien sums up a lot of things. It's the journey that matters. But Perfect Days does it in two hours, and it's live action, so it's a little different. It offers a little bit of a different sensation. What about a book? Hold up, a book? The Anthropocene Reviewed by John Green. That represents a lot of my daily life, as in an aspect of me that can be really, if you want to overanalyze something, John Green's Anthropocene Reviewed. Basically, if I go out on a run and I see a patch of grass, and then I spend the next 3 hours thinking about the implications of that patch of grass, John Green's The Anthropocene Reviewed. Very excellent way of demonstrating surrogately what my life is like. But that's besides the point. I gotta collect more of this stuff. I need to find music. I need to redefine some stuff so I can make a reference to things. Like when someone asks me, oh, you know, when people ask, what's your favorite thing? It's kind of like asking, what is something that captures me instead? Because I can answer that question a little bit better than inferring what my favorite thing is a representation of myself. So if in the future, I'm going to try to make an attempt to do that, where I'm going to say the short answer is, what's my favorite thing? Jack, I know you asked this from time to time. You ask, oh yeah, what's your favorite game? The most recent game I played. And in order to illustrate that, Perfect Days. Perfect Days is one of the things. Like I now I still can name a lot of other things for what they are, but the thing that I remember the best, because I try to make each day the best possible, is probably the most recent thing. So if I go backwards, if I travel backwards, it's the thing that I've invested most of my like heart into, because it's very hard to remember emotions back then. But I can remember the facts about them. So if someone said, what is your favorite movie of 2022? I could say things like, I think my favorite movie was the same movie as the picture of the year in 2022. So then I go back and look for the picture of the year in 2022, and I think about all the events that happened, and then I can try to recall the emotions involved. However, it pales into comparison to the things I choose to do now. So whenever someone asks me about entertainment, it's right now. It's the thing, because everything I know that I enjoyed is trying to happen at the same time. When I play a video game, I bring all the joy that I have still remaining in all the video games I played into this video game. I want to make today the best time I can. Now, it still sucks, of course, if the game disappoints, right? It still sucks when things go down, but the thing is, it usually doesn't end up sucking because I'm making active decisions with my life. Like, no one is telling me that, hey, you have to go play a sucky game because I'm paying you to play a sucky game. Like, if I get a choice to choose it, to choose what I want to do, which is stream, like the things I share on stream, I don't choose to suck. Like, what I mean is, I could suck at the task, but I don't choose the things that would have a chance to make me miserable. It's kind of weird that way. I know other people do that in a different way. They believe that when they're practicing and trying hard, that it has to suck in order to reach their goal. So when they see the process as sucking, like sucking not in terms of whether it's hard or easy, just overall emotionally sucky, but it's necessary in order for them to get to the reward at the end of the rainbow, I find that admirable. It requires discipline, right? That's fair. And for myself, no one's forcing me to do any of this stuff. So if I had to choose something, it rarely ever comes out as suck, because I live in the moment. It's a combination of everything I know. The likelihood of me choosing something that will suck in the end is very, very unlikely, because I focus on all the things before me. So my decisions become more and more consistent. Now, it's not to say that there aren't sucky moments in those decisions, but overall, it's astronomically unlikely that I would choose something, and at the end of the day, I'm going to say, I wish I didn't use up my time for this. Now, in the future, if someone were to hire me professionally to do something, or I turn professional and offered my wisdom or knowledge or whatever I have to offer professionally as a paid obligation, then yes, that can suck. Like, wholeheartedly. And my skills are the ability to make it less suck. If it does suck. If it doesn't suck, that's easy cruising. So I just take my wins. I take my W when I'm working and suddenly the work is what I want to do. I take that W. I milk it, I greed it, I iterate on it. And then because that is for the times that it's going to suck. Right? Like someone's going to say, "Oh yeah, I want you to make a soulless game with a character that you're going to spend many hours making, but all I want you to do is animate the character with no impressions, no emotes." That could suck for me. Like I want the characters to emote and all that stuff, but I do it because up to that point, I have a culmination of everything that I've set up for to prepare for this moment. I will learn to like it, work around it, maybe sneak in something, maybe even kind of like strong arm my boss and saying, can I make the character like walk a little funky? Is that okay? Like, because I guess if you don't want to spend money on emoting and stuff, maybe we'll just give the character like a really weird strut or something, you know, or occasionally like make him strut differently in different environments. That'd give it a little spice, and right, that type of thing. So everything in the moment, even for work. The way I sound like a broken record, but when you watch Perfect Days, that person consistently give it their all, regardless if it makes them cry and whatnot. And yeah, that can seem like discipline, but he is also trying his best to be as greedy as possible to appreciate what he finds beautiful. And I can't wait to have more people watch the movie where I can point out the little details. Like the thing I'm talking about that highlights everything I've done in the last year and a half, that I started in the last year and a half, was summarized in 10 seconds. I think that scene, it took him 10 seconds to do it, and it's gone. It's never shown again. That the little specific detail is never shown again in the entire 2-hour run, and illustrates exactly why I'm streaming this. Not what other people think I'm doing this for, or a vast majority of people who think it's not for clout. But clout is welcome. I feed me all the clout that you have spared. If someone says like, "Oh, you know, I love watching this guy, but here's a like," thank you, I appreciate it. Just click on that like. I'm okay with it. Like, it's free, it doesn't cost you much. Click on the like. It's great. I'm not gonna tell you to do it. Well, I actually kind of did, but it's good enough for me. Like, I'll take scraps where scraps are because I don't need it, but I welcome it. I appreciate all the little things, all the little micro gestures. If you want someone to say hi to you every single day before you start your day, I'm here. Say hi and I'll say hi back. Good luck with work. Good luck with school. I'll see you tomorrow. And then if you walk by again, I'll say hello again. Hello, going to work? And then one day, 9 months down the road, someone's, that person, say, "Hey, hello, hey, you going to work?" And they're like, "No, I just got fired." Like, "You want to talk about it?" And I'm here every day. Or like, "Oh, I just got promoted. Now I don't work there." It's like, that's great. Good luck with wherever you have to go now. Like, routine, spots, perfect days. Anyways, that movie pandered to me. It's really pandering. All right. So let's go on with our day. Right, this is our day. I like the YouTube stream, even though you watch on Twitch just for you. Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it. Again, Appreciate it. Right. You like the you click the like. Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. Maybe one day I will find more clever ways to say like, oh, you know what? It's perfectly free. You know, takes a second. Just click on that. Or, what's a fun way to do this? Some YouTubers do this, and I kind of like it, but I don't have enough material. Like, my materials sound the same, and it's supposed to sound very similar across the board. Someone does something, right? They do something like a magician. I like watching magicians do their like act. The 5, I guess it's now a 1.5-minute act, and they're like, oh, so if you're amazed, I imagine that at least deserves a like and a subscribe. See you next time. And I really enjoy those. Like the stream to ace all your reviews 100% real. Yeah. They do something, like at least that deserves a like, right? If this put a smile on your face, at least it deserves a like. If this puts a frown on your face, at least it deserves a dislike. And you might be thinking, wait, what are you talking about? Why would you suggest people express their dislike? Well, it's a foregone conclusion on YouTube that whether you like or dislike, it's more lack of engagement that YouTube is based on, not whether someone likes or dislikes your content. That's still engagement. So it's interesting. And if you're wondering, Jack, have I gotten dislikes since dislikes are not displayed? Yes, quite a lot of them, but only on very, very specific content. And it is almost unanimous. 99.9%. I know something that I do because I enjoy doing it, that people don't like hearing what I have to say or show about it. 99.9% of the dislikes come from a very specific thing, and that's the wonders of analytics. I don't have to look for it. I can see it in the data. And does it matter as much, or does it hurt me? No, because I can explain it. That's probably the whole topic of today. There's something really beautiful about, or helpful for one's mental health and emotional state when they understand the realities. Like, they're able to explain why it occurred, why and how it occurs. Oh, hello there, Bill. Oh, you changed your avatar again today. Sorry you didn't return to your stream even though you said you would. Oh, no worries. You got really busy? I'm glad to hear you got really busy. It was a good busy, right, Bill? Do you remember what you had for dinner yesterday? What's on your mind now? Like, you mind if I ask you what is it that you were busy with, Bill? Sorry, I'm chatting it up with Jack a little bit today. I started with a rant about a movie. In fact, Bill, have you seen a movie called Perfect Days? I sound like a broken record now. I'm a walking billboard for Perfect Days. But if you have time, there's this movie called Perfect Days. It has some Japanese in it. Like, it is in Japanese, but the dialogue is very minimum. But this movie is pretty fantastic. It's about someone's daily life. That's it. I can daily life. That's it. It's this person's daily life in the middle of Tokyo. If that sounds very, very dull and mundane, I hope it makes it interesting why I'm bringing it up. Anyways, if you had time, but we were talking about this to catch you up. The last thing we were talking about was this movie. You were just talking and having a good time with your family for the rest of the night? Aw, what do you usually... Is there anything you particularly like to talk about with your family, Bill? Alright, Naka's Bill, but you're gonna go on a run now. Thanks for chatting, and we'll watch Perfect Days later today or tomorrow. Alright, alright. Good luck on your run, Jack. Good luck on your run. And also, when you watch it, we gotta talk about it a little bit, you know? Make it a part of our life's experience. I look forward to hearing what you think. You don't have to like watch it right away or tomorrow. You know, like no pressure. But eventually, because I'll probably bring it up a couple more times. All right. Yeah, good luck with your run. Okay. So now we really... How's your German going, Bill? The subliminal pressure. Yes. The subliminal pressure. You know me, I like bringing up things I enjoy. And then take it or leave it. You might hear it several times openly, not directed at anyone, simply out of sheer interest. Okay. All right. So we do have to cover three things yesterday, more like two things. We like to talk about how we're feeling about our lives, but usually you just joke and laugh with them. Oh. So you do like talking about how feeling about your lives. Interesting. Do you prefer to just joke, or do you actually want to talk about feelings about your lives? Because I think that can be very important, or maybe useful, to know who you can talk to about your feelings about your lives, right? Like a close friend or a very particular family member, especially as one continues to transition into adulthood, right? Like you're gonna have other things, going to college, or transitioning to a full-time, studying abroad, that type of stuff. Having the opportunity to be able to do that removes the need, in my opinion, or the skills needing to develop that in the future. Because we already talked about studying abroad, so being able to recreate that trust when you're abroad means also getting an awesome friend abroad in the future, right? Or making an internet friend, right? Turning an internet friend into the less likely of friends to become friends situation. I'm grateful for two goobers keeping me on my feet nowadays. There's like a 20-year gap between us, but at the same time, stuck it out. No, we know each other for more than 5 years. And I have to say, I don't use any of the vocabulary that I use on stream. So we've already started developing a familect. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this concept, or like this term for the concept, but a familect is when you're talking, this is relevant to what you shared with me. When you're talking to your family, right, and your family members, the people that are close, you have a very specific way of talking, and it might literally be a different turn of phrase in language. And having that is great, even with friends. So oftentimes when I'm trying to like pigeonhole language learning into this, but when you have a familect, it also applies to friends. So oftentimes when friends begin to naturally develop their own dialect, that's the combination, it's family and dialect put together, it's a great, wonderful behavioral indicator that you have someone you can trust. Potentially, it's not guaranteed, but those people are more likely the individuals that will stay with you your life, and they're worth, in my opinion, they're often worth the investment. Especially when one grows older, things can go up and down and you need motivation. You just hit up hit up your family, friends, right? Sometimes these two things are the same, family and friends. Or at least I feel like. You think it depends on the mood? For example, you had a pretty bad day today, so you would probably prefer joking around right now. Oh, okay. Give me a joke. Give me a joke about your bad day today. I'm kind of curious what the joke is about. I have less stellar days, maybe. I talked about it actually. I spent the first hour and a half today talking about the less than ideal day I had yesterday. So, and then today my day only recently started. Oh, but I can tell you about the hash brown chicken egg hash brown sandwich that I had that I ate with a fork. Long story short, my sister was home for another day or two, and she's now heading back to Japan. She likes to eat novelty foods. So whenever my sister is home, my family, my parents and her would go out because my parents like to indulge wherever she wants to go, and they went out to eat like novelty foods, whatever is around. And she's a very well-traveled person, so they're trying this new cuisine. I think it's some sort of actually like Sonic like service or something, that by the way my father described it, but my parents don't usually eat this stuff. So I was eating it and I'm like, huh, that's like a chicken and waffles, only they replaced the waffles with hash browns. I don't know if you had a chicken and waffle, but it's like a waffle, big slab of chicken, like fried chicken, and then it's usually open face. But just imagine the waffle is a huge hash brown, just a fried chicken breast, and then another hash brown on top. And I think in between there was also like an egg, like a sunny side egg. So there's just a sandwich, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is different. And immediately I thought about my sister. So not quite a bad day, but I was trying to share something punctuating my day that is different from my normal day. So it's a great appreciation for that. And then my sister is already gone, so me and my sister has this more of a, we see each other, we acknowledge that each other exists, and that's good enough for both of us. I have like a flip schedule with my sister, so she came and gone, she came back, hung out with her friends, went on a cruise for a week, came back for a day or two, and now she's back off to Japan. You could go for something like that right about now. It's almost dinner time, right, Bill? Wait, I've gotten already into the whole like rhythm of things. Yeah, dinner is soon. What are you gonna have for dinner today? Do you have a choice in the matter? Like, are you the dinner chooser? I typically, if someone's feeding me, I eat what I'm fed. So if my parents are doing the cooking, I inhale whatever they eat or whatever they serve, because as much as studious as I like to be on cooking and stuff, it's rather difficult to cook while doing this. Your aunt is cooking something and you always eat whatever she makes. Oh, does your aunt ever like tease or spoil the cooking? Like, hey, today we're gonna have, and then she would kind of like tease it for later. I always think if I'm in charge of the kitchen, I go around like making a production out of the cooking. Not in like a, oh, I hate cooking kind of way, but more like, hey, I'm doing some cooking. What do you guys want? Should I go to the store and buy some avocados or something of that nature? Sorry, I mentioned avocados because I'm thinking of California. Okay, so let me do. It was do was the thing. that was stuck yesterday, right? Is it the white? So we have sendo. No, is do. Not really, but that would be funny. Yeah, I'm like, hey guys, I would intentionally troll a little maybe if I had roommates nowadays. Like, okay, so it's my turn to do the food, and I would throw in some trolly things. I'm like, hey guys, what do you think of Doritos and mayonnaise? I'm like, okay, I guess no one's for Doritos and mayonnaise. How about asparagus and some fried calamari? And then it'd be like, it ends up being, I don't know, mac and cheese and some brisket or something. I don't know. It would be something very normal, but I would probably make it a production just because it would lighten, maybe if I don't have to cook all the time, I would make it a big deal, like a deal that is a treat for people, because I don't cook very often, or I don't have the opportunity to cook very often, largely because of how my life is situated right now. Anyways, make it fun, you know, make it exciting. Let me know what you end up eating. I'm always all up in people's business when it comes to their eating habits. Okay, so this is do. We have sendu. Well, honestly, Doritos and mayo doesn't sound even bad. That doesn't sound that bad. You're probably just super hungry. That's fair. That's fair. Well, you know, you're doing a shopping list, right? You're going out. It's like, hey guys, I have to make dinner today. I'm gonna go grab some wasabi. I'm gonna go grab some wasabi, some paprika, and some Szechuan peppercorns. Do you guys need anything? And just to be like a little bit trolly, and they're like, wait, why do you need to buy those things? Like, oh, you know, I'm making dinner, so I might as well go grab some ingredients. Like, maybe some Brussels sprouts and some spinach, and maybe throw in some hot dogs. Do you guys want anything from the grocery store? Like, what did those things have in common in a dish? Like, nah, I was just talking, you know, while we're eating. It's like, wait, I don't taste any of this in there. Oh, I was just buying ingredients. It's not like I was gonna use it for dinner. I think I've become progressively more trolly over the years. As I grow older, I'm a lot more trollier. Not in the sense of like trolly to harm people, but it's it can be very fun to bring humor every day nowadays. The older you get, I feel that the older I've gotten, the more likely that I like to sprinkle humor into everything I do. So sendu, or no, sendo, do, do, and then this was pivoted to do, do something, doji, yeah, doji. Which, so this was what? Railroad. This here was the dirt road or alley. Then we have a pivot here. Do? Yeah. Do, do. paved road. And then last was... It was Prime Minister? No. It was hearing for the first time. Sho? No. It's... Hatsumimi. Hatsumimi. Heard for the first time. Always nice to watch your stream when you're feeling down, Maku. Thank you. Thanks for always being here and talking to me. Sometimes you really need it, like today. Oh, well, that's great. You still haven't hit me with a funny joke. I'm kind of curious. What are your jokes like? Give me a way in which you joke about, unless it's, you know, unless it's not the great, not in the vibe of things at the moment. But I'm kind of curious. So I would be more alert as to one day I would be able to tell when you're having a bad day or a good day based on your comments, right? That would be a wonderful way to cut through the cheese, if you will. So, like, what type of jokes are we talking about? I am very familiar with other types of individuals that, well, when it's like they would say, well, you know, my life kind of sucks, but at least I have ice cream now, that kind of thing, right? Or, well, everything is falling apart, but I had some good fried chicken today, or something like that. I had some bussin' fried chicken today, that kind of thing. That's the kind of like the joke example. All right. Well, let's get into our singular lesson. I already went through why there's a singular lesson here, even without doing anything. So that was a spark of today's rant. So let's look at what the lesson is. Showdown. Versus and decide. Was this old? What would I say if I said versus and maybe like a match? Opposition? Oh, it's probably opposition before. Maybe not. This probably got reset. This definition probably changed. I'm sorry for you don't understand what you mean. Oh, you mentioned when you have a pretty bad day today, you would prefer joking around right now. What does that, how do you go about joking around? Like do you focus on what other people say and then you like try to make a joke about it? Is that how it goes? Like you prefer to surround yourself with humor when you're having a bad day, right? So I'm not a very funny person. Well, I guess saying that could be funny in itself. Like what do I have for funny? I got one, I think. I think I remember how this dad joke goes. What do you call a moose that doesn't have a name? What do you call a moose that you meet that you don't know the name of? Oh, you usually like make inside jokes with your siblings. Sometimes they're just nonsensical and make us laugh. Oh, okay. So you're telling me you engage in the terrifying zoomer humor that I get catatonic about when someone shows me it. You know, like that stuff where someone I'm obviously kidding here, but I can't tell you how many times the zoomer goobers that I have, they would show me something and I watch like this 35-second clip of something and I think to myself, what is going on in your head? It'd be something like a shrimp video with weird noise, and there's these shrimp music videos, like it's a digital shrimp and it's like blowing a like trumpet or something, and I would listen to it for the 45 seconds and my only thought is, you listen to this? That's and they're like, what do you mean? It's jamming. And I'm like, oh, all right, I guess I'm gonna jam along next time. So one day I'm just waiting. Someone's like, oh man, I'm having a bad day. I just linked that video. 45 seconds of digital shrimp sounds with a trumpet. Yep. The dad joke, by the way. What do you call a moose? What do you call a moose that you don't know the name of? Or like when you bump into a moose and you don't know their name? I don't remember the follow-up though. It was something about a moose as well, but I don't remember the other type of moose. But this moose I do remember. Well, a moose that you don't know the name of, it's a nanamoose. A nunamoose. That's not that great, but it was supposed to be a dad joke. Anonymous. Anonymous. Waka waka waka. I'm really terrible with executing dad jokes. You can definitely tell I don't do it very often. But most of the puns that I do are by coincidence. Like someone would point out that I made a pun, and then I would be like, "Oh, hey, that's great. Very intentional. Yes, I knew what I was doing." That's me in humor. All right. So when it is confrontation. So I think this thing got changed. The primary meaning got changed. Pretty sure. That's why this lesson is here. When it's you versus someone else to decide it all, this is a showdown. It's a decisive confrontation. Okay. What is this? Tai Getsu? The way you delivered that made you smile? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I think if I had a brand, if I had a brand of comedy, I would deliver it in the comedy would be to deliberately miss time and inappropriately deliver punchlines. That would probably be my brand of comedy. It's kind of like it's what the kids do these days, right? They meta the meta, right? Am I right? Like, oh, that's not funny. It's like, oh, that's awkward. It's like, oh man, that's so cringe, it's cool. And I'm like, all right, I got you. You want so cringe that it's cool? I got you. Just watch me drop bussin' every once in a while, Or dear me, if I drop a skippity toilet anywhere, whew, that's when you get the cringe smile. But it's so cringe, it's funny kind of situation. I only talk about skibbity toilet when I'm serious, like right now. If that makes you smile, it's perfectly fine. It's my normal reaction. However, if I had children, right, and they do be talking like that all the time, I would totally be that one father who would go through a drive-through and randomly talk in Gen Z slang just so my kids could cringe and like melt into the seat and hide away. I would totally be that person. Absolutely. Also ordering what they want from the drive-through, obviously, but still. You know? You feel me? You feel me? Your parents do that? That sounds like your parents are awesome. Sounds like it's all, you know, it's fair fun. And you know, I expect my here's the funny part. Think about it this way. What are the kids going to do, right? It's like, oh, okay, now your kids are gonna come back and sound like boomers. Isn't that just sounding like an adult? You know what I mean? Like, what are they gonna do? They're gonna come back and lay a dad joke into my face, and I'm gonna be like, nice, you know, high five. And they're like, this doesn't work. I'm like, yep, exactly. Exactly. What happens when your parents like dad jokes and they like Zoomer humor? Checkmate. But at least you can rely on your parents to joke and have humor for the sake of having humor, in case you're down, of course. All right. So, what do we set on this? Taiketsu. Yeah? Yeah? Taiketsu is when two sides go head to head in a serious match or showdown. Think rivals facing off in a big game or the final battle in an anime. Oh. It's tense and dramatic, but also exciting. Like, alright, this is it. Time to settle things. Who's gonna come out on top? It's the power of friendship. Believe in me that believes in you, that believes in me, that believes in you. What's the saddest song I know, or do you not get really emotional listening to music? Here's a funny thing. Bill. I feel this is gonna be true. Maybe. When people are incredibly emotionally stable, like people who show up in public and they're very emotionally stable, or they appear very emotionally stable, they typically, when you ask them what they do when they watch certain things, it's probably the most devastating things you'll probably encounter. Largely because, and hear me out, it might be a cause and effect thing. People who are very emotionally stable require possibly to engage in very emotional things in order to sometimes feel things. And I kind of belong to that group. So probably the saddest songs, like which song, what should we talk about? Like what type of sadness do you want? Do you want like a death in the family sad? Or an accident sad? Or just I'm depressed sad? Or do you want a happy sounding song but the lyric is absolutely depressing? You know, that kind of thing. I listen to a lot of exploratory emotional things. So, but if I were saying we're gonna use recency, what is the saddest song recently that someone else and I talked about? Someone said that they really felt. Oh, I got one. Did you watch people say, something that makes you cry? You guess it could be tears of joy or sadness. How about Bleeding Heart? I'll give you a Bleeding Heart song. I need to find it. Give me a sec. Because I don't know the name of it. Oh, I do know the name of it. So, it's kind of a song. It's more like an aria. It's from Clair Obscur. And if you don't plan on playing the game, or maybe you have not seen it. It's part of the intro of the game. So it's like the first 20 minutes of the game. It's the pivotal scene. The piece is called Lost Voice. Lost Voice, it's track 68 from the original soundtrack of Clear Obscure Expedition 33. You can try listening to the track and imagine what scene it is, but it's a combination of what's happening in the scene and the song. And I watched a montage of many people reaction to when they reach this scene. And when I was playing the game, my heart was bleeding like crazy. Like I was tearing up inside. I'm not very incredibly explosive on the outside, but it was much like everyone else. Lots of people were tearing up in the first 15 to 20 minutes of Clear Obscure, and Lost Voice was playing in this scene. It's 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So if you listen to it, imagine something and tell me if you feel sadness or not, or joy even. But it's an aria, so it's kind of like an aria. Basically, how I describe arias are someone is vocal singing, so it's more like an opera. It's an operatic singing, if that's even a word, but like long chants. There aren't actually lyrics per se. Actually, it might be French. It could be a French word in there, because a lot of the tracks in Clair Obscur features French. So I'm not entirely sure if there's a French word in there. Right. But really sad. And if you play the first 30 minutes or like however long you want to mess around in the beginning, but the first section of the game before the title drop, this song is probably going to elicit I want to stop the game to catch my breath situation. That's this song. So that's the most recent one, and probably easily one of the most saddest one, I would say, universally. In today, in this very moment, 2025, if you're a gamer and you picked up Clear Obscure Expedition 33, this song will do it. Now, it's kind of curious to see what it's like for someone that might not have the scene in their mind, but it is quite sad. It's incredibly emotional. Actually, Clair Obscure's full soundtrack is probably the most emotional thing that I've listened to recently. And to quickly answer this question, I usually when it comes to emotions, I default to the thing that's closest, because it's very hard for me to remember emotions from way back. So the saddest thing is probably all of Clair Obscure. So if you want to see how I feel or something, probably that game. Video game music can hit hard, man. Some developers, composers really know how to pull at your emotions. Yes, this game, without this song, without Lost Voice in this scene, I think it would still be very impactful for what it's showing, but it is transformative, this scene. So if you want to see the scene, it could be effective in the scene. It's like the whole introduction sequence is supposed to make the scene like instantly captivating and sad and demoralizing, and then immediately they actually flip the switch. I'm not spoiling anything per se. Emotionally, you go to like your emotional thing is like, oh hey look. So let's the first 30 minutes of Clair Obscure, right? This is your emotional beacon. It's like, oh hey, that's neat. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Ugh. And it's like, oh, okay, all right, we're just recovering. We're recovering. Oh, it's great. It's great. Psh, into the ground. that that's that's the beginning of the first like 30 minutes of clear up scare. You're just like, oh yeah, like, oh, there's some, ooh, this is cute. It's like, wait, I have a sinking suspicion. And this is the part. Sounds like I have a new game to check. And right here, this is when Lost Voice plays. And then you're like, oh, that's cool. And then the main battle theme plays and you go out and then immediately something else. Like, it's like, what? And then you start clawing yourself back and then it's a roller coaster ride. But the first 30 minutes of clear up scare, that's how it gets you hooked. It punches you in the face and it's like, ah, don't worry, we'll get some revenge, and it kicks you in the butt again. Again and again and again. The cycle continues to repeat over and over again. It's kind of funny because the game has a motif of cycle as well. It has a cycling motif to it. So if you're someone like me, here's why I think I made a comment about like people who are emotionally stable. I like exploring the depths of sadness, at least through like narration and movies and whatnot, and then explore the depths of happiness. The idea is one can become very emotionally stable, understanding a lot of aspects of sadness and joy, as opposed to the opposite of what I feel a lot of people think when it comes to emotional stability, and that is to ignore joy and sadness in order to be consistent. So having a fear of joy and a fear of sadness as a way to constantly stay stoic, staying emotionally stable. Alternatively, I think some of the more consistent people, and especially charismatic people, or those individuals who can help other people empathize, are individuals who continue to explore representations of sadness and joy, so that when there is sadness, they can find places of joy in order to normalize themselves again. And then when they feel heavy joy, they can moderate and level their expectations, because in both extremes it can lead to wild swings. So exploring the entire range of emotions when you have time is a great way to help one potentially cope or moderate things. So I can be very joyful and I can be very sad. I can talk about very sad things and very joyful things with an appropriate level of understanding. But generally, my mood typically is, on stream, my mood is typically positive. So when I'm sleeping, I don't know what my mood is. Maybe I'm shouting in night terrors every day. I wouldn't know. Like, I as far as I know, my parents doesn't like randomly come down and say like, why are you screaming in your sleep? So I don't think I have night terrors, but sometimes I feel like I do scream out in my sleep, because not as crazy as it may sound. Sometimes I scream out in my sleep. Maybe it's because I think I'm like an anime character or something. You know, that can happen. Who knows? As far as I know, people said that I don't randomly like shout in Japanese when I'm sleeping. Not yet, anyways. I feel like that would be a really fun little quirk. Imagine having a friend who one of their characteristics is that when they go to sleep, they start speaking in Japanese. That'd be kind of funny. You know? I do dream in Japanese though, recently. In fact, I'm a lucid dreamer most of the time, so lucid dreaming happens when you have control over your dream, because you're like you're kind of sleeping but you're not, And sometimes in the last couple hours of my sleep, I would go through my lessons, but I didn't go to my lessons yet. So like I would dream about what I'm about to do, and then when I go on to do it for the day, I would have deja vu. Because a part of my schedule, like this type of schedule, the reviews and stuff, they're very similar. They're nearly identical each day. So before I'm about to get up, sometimes I have dreams about the things I'm going to do today. And then when I wake up, I literally go and do them, and then I get deja vu through the day. I don't usually state this because it would be a broken record. So of course you have deja vu. You do the same thing for like 4 days in a row, same thing, like you get the same stimulus, but the actions are different, the emotions are different. But seeing Showdown, like I feel like I've seen this before. It's like, well, of course you've seen this before, right? You're reviewing and you're doing lessons, that kind of thing. Yeah, but if you have time, Clear Up Skid is available on consoles, I think. I'm not sponsored by Sandfall, but yeah, that would be funny. You've never had a lucid dream? The last dream you had was so random. In that dream, Taiwan abolishes monarchy. I don't think Taiwan is even a monarchy. Okay, so hear me out. Where did the monarchy part come from, and why Taiwan? Okay, so was it possible that during the day you were reading about a monarchy, but you were also thinking about Taiwan, and it mixed? Like I have dreams like this too, where I would be back in college, right? I've already graduated college. I would be back in college. I would walk in. The same thing happens. I'm late to class. I'm notoriously terrible back in the day. I wasn't very punctual. So I always thank my biochem professor for understanding how I'm always like the last one in class, even though I could be like right next door. I'm always working on something, and it's kind of like a bit at this point. So I walk into class, and suddenly my professor, my biochem professor, suddenly started speaking in Japanese. And I'm like, that's not right. Like that's what happens when you lucid dream. You're like, wait a minute, I'm in biochem class. Why is he talking in Japanese? And then here's the other stuff, right? My classmates are not the actual classmates according to my memory. They are the classmates that are my co-workers in graduate school. So the things that you think about gets displaced in time and position. So things you're doing gets crossed with things that are out of time and space, right? So time and space then collapses on each other. So what happens is you get memories that coincide with other memories because there's some sort of environmental connection between them. Like learning Japanese is kind of like the classroom. One of a very recognizable person, influential person in my life was my academic advisor in college. And then a lot of the impressionable people I met maybe in graduate school, and then some of my best friends are there, but my best friends were actually there already in the scene because they were literally there in my memory. So then you suddenly wake up and you're like, right, now I gotta sort out my memories again. So I gotta parse my memories. We're like, okay, so yes, my biochem professor does not speak Japanese. He is my biochem professor in undergrad. And those colleagues were in graduate school, not in this scene. So occasionally, lucid dreaming kind of does the thing where you get up and you're like, wait, I gotta orient. What's happening? I didn't. I have lots of dreams where I keep forgetting to do something. As in, like, I keep forgetting to do something for my lab. Like a lab where I have a job to do, right? And I need to do the research and stuff, and I keep forgetting. And no matter what I do, I keep forgetting to do the research, right? And when I get up and I wake up in my bed and I thought to myself, I don't have a job. Like, what I mean is, it's not a bad or a good thing. Is I don't have any of those responsibilities, but it doesn't stop me from dreaming about those responsibilities every day. So I legitimately a lot of times get up disoriented, like somewhat my heart is at a higher rate because I was thinking, oh yeah, I need to get up to do work. Like, I need to research. I need to get something done because I don't want to disappoint my mentors. When I left the nest, because my parents are Chinese parents, and I would do anything to not upset them and always try to do my best to make them proud. That kind of translated to graduate school and college. So whenever someone takes a chance on me, I go to bed at night constantly thinking about how I could disappoint them. So oftentimes I still have these nights. I constantly go to bed and then I would wake up thinking that I have things to do. Like, I need to get them done somehow in my dreams, because it's a lucid dream. You can know, like, well, I don't have these, but it feels so real. So you get up and I get up and I look at the ceiling. I'm like, I'm at home with my folks. It's been a very long time since I've been obligated to do things. And that's kind of an interesting feeling that I get very, very consistently. It's so strange because you didn't even think about Taiwan or any monarchies at all yesterday. Oh, that's interesting. Taiwan and monarchy. Was there any way you knew it was Taiwan? And what kind of monarchy was it? I don't actually even know what Taiwan is. I guess it's a republic. You've been up all day after pulling an all-nighter, so that might have added to the weirdness. That's fair. One time you woke up thinking that RGG made a game about Kiryu as a spy in Siberia. I can actually see that though. Then you were sad that it wasn't real. Yeah. A sober moment when you... But at least we'll... Did you see the new footage of Stranger to Heaven? Or Stranger in Heaven? Stranger Than Heaven? Stranger Than Heaven. They finally gave a title to the name Project Sentry. He's the guy that looks like a combination of Kiryu meets the side of Judgment, really. Yeah, Stranger Than Heaven looks amazing. We'll be playing it, of course. You're excited, looks super interesting, and you love historical settings. Me too. That's a great share. Yeah, you have some wild dreams. No Taiwan or monarchies, huh? Taiketsu. Yep. No surprises there. We'll definitely be seeing that. Dinner time? Alright. It was wonderful talking. Obviously, no obligations, right? No obligations. Be merry. Have fun with your family, right? Enjoy the dinner. Keep yourself busy. No? Kick the old day and look forward to the next day. Or improve your current day, right? Finish the day off strong with a nice dinner with family. Thanks for hanging out. So we'll talk later. Alright. Alright. Let's see if we find anything new. Okay, let's try to lock in. Jitsu. To Scarecrow. Uh-oh. Not way. It's not way. Maybe it's... Oh no. I just wanted to type me, but I have no idea. Oh. Okay. Fill it out. Fill it out. Grab the words. Grab the sound. It's gone.
Oishii.
Henjin.
Gee.
Kakomu.
Akomu. What am I looking at? Is it like... What am I looking at? Alright, I'm gonna push this.
Henka.
Henka. It's fine. I was thinking of something else. What? Oh. That's a typo.
Zangyo.
Zangyo. Zangyo. Wow. Wait. Did this use a kun? I don't think it did. Or did it? I got chaku. Or kyaku. But it's definitely not. No. I feel like my hand,
乗客。
it just lead to jo, so jo kyaku. Just let my mind be free. Let go free.
木材。
Mokuzai.
Fugokaku.
Gokaku. Oh, no. Just kidding. Wait. Oh. I mean, same difference. I've been unskilled. Sort of.
残り、
残り。
返事、
返事。
不完全、
完全。Uh-oh. Let it flow, let it flow.
時々、
Okay. Oh no.
重ねる、
重ねる. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, just kidding. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Drawing a blank. Wait. I don't know. I feel like for whatever reason. No. I just randomly stuck. It's fine. It'll come back to me.
暗記する、方法、
Oh.
丈夫、
丈夫。
見返す、
見返す。
はじめに、
はじめに。Or okay. Think? Yeah.
外来、
外来。外来。え？
希望する、
希望する。What?
同期中、
同期中。同期中。同期中。In the middle of time? Like simultaneously? In the middle of 同期中. Same same period of time? Like okay, I guess we're just gonna go. I don't know what they tried to refer to there.
基本的、
基本的. Whoops. That's a double L.
材木、
材木. Okay. Whoops. What? Oh. What? Oh.
見物
見物。
閉める
閉める。あ、oh no. Wait. Nice.
予約
予約。あ、so, hmm. Gut feeling? Let's go with gut feeling. Nope. I'll have to come back to this. Huh.
作家
作家。
固める
固め。
松葉
待つ。What? Oh. What? Oh. Wait. Ooh, did I mess up?
行列
行列。Right.
事変
異変。あ。I missed the E. Oh. What? Oh. That's fine.
日本的
日本的。
卒業式
卒業 ski. Ski. Okay.
Fukushima.
Fukushima. No. Yes, no.
竹
Okay. Uh
好む
好む あ Gut feeling? Gut feeling failed. Okay. Oh, okay.
Henshi.
Inch. Uh-oh.
Hazusu.
外す
雰囲気
雰囲気
生じる
生じる
乗馬
おば Okay. I wasn't so sure about that
妥
one.
協する。
妥協する
待合室
待合室
赤。
赤
敵
駅
折れる
折れる Oh no, not this one. Zhang, right? Zhang, which is entire. That's a problem one for Chinese. And then what are you? You are a range. And how does that work? I thought I had it. Wait. What did I type the first time? That was a typo, but I don't know what I messed up the first time. Totoeru. Excuse me? Oh.
文法
Boompo. Oh.
不法 練習する
練習する
頑丈
Ganjo. Oh, I had a problem with this too, right? Still have a problem with this to some extent. We'll come back.
井戸
Ito.
折り紙
Origami. Not that. How does this work? Not that. Chinese is too powerful. What is the right thing? It's supposed to be winter, right?
Yubiwa
Yubiwa. What? Oh, what is, wait. Oh,
意図的
itoteki.
– 残す
Osu.
待つ
Matsu.
食べ放題
Tabehodai. Excuse me.
美術館
Ijutsukan. Hmm? Wait. Oh. What?
人殺し
Dokoroshi.
Hanatsu.
Anatsu. Hmm. Uh.
Tegaru.
Tengaru. It's the only own right now. And what was it? What was it? I want to say it's like... Dang. Oh, I know this one. It's supposed to be special. Oh, it's
取材
is I and I. uh
近代的
近代的はね。Modern. That took a bit. I think I typed connected twice. One is like more related and the other is connected. It's close enough.
Wagomu.
Wagomu.
Ryōrinin.
料理人. That's not how you spell boulder.
大変
大変.
Kurushimu.
苦しむ. Oops.
約束する
約束する.
「自動的」
自動的. Ah, no.
芸術家、
芸術家。
卒業する、
卒業する。Okay. Oops.
仏像、
仏像。ああ。
返す、
返す。What?
残念、
残念。残念。What is that? Is that a lip ring? Wait. Oh. No. I mean, it's not a voice recorder, so what is that? Ooh, with the mouth in it. I don't remember you. What is you? What's happening? Is it... I don't know. Let's come back to that. It's throwing off my groove.
残る、
残る。
自動車、
自動車。うん。
問い合わせる。
問い合わせる。Oh.
変、
And oh. Sure. Hmm. Hmm.
首相。
首相。
目的、
目的。Okay. Still going strong, sort of. Oops. What is this? Okay.
記念日、
記念日。Oh, something changed about this. Or... Oh no, I don't... Oh, it's not coming to me right away. I'm gonna... gut feeling. Nope. Oh, okay.
天井、
天井. Man, gut feelings don't really pay off that. I'm still running like 90% gut feel. Uh-oh. I don't think so, right? Unless? No. Oh, I got it.
相手
Naite. That was much less time. We invested.
技術
Ijutsu.
支払い
Chiharai. That overlaps with Duolingo, actually, by coincidence.
売り切れ
Urikire. Urikire. Sell. Urikire. Ire. Cut the selling because we sold out.
勇気
Yuki.
Hen
And Wapua.
約束
Yasoku.
変える
Kaeru. This is not what I think it is. It's
捨て
stit or yeah. It's not that. It's not it. No. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay.
折り目
Orime. What? Oh. What? Hold. Did they went straight? No, they didn't. Oh, that's fine. That's kidding. Kidding.
降りる
Oriru.
気持ちいい
Kimochi. Kimochi. Oh, hmm.
殺人者
Atsujinsha.
飲み放題
Nomihodai. Alright, now we're back to this again. So. Suitable fingers. Oh, excuse me. Suitable finger. I have 6 for today. Is suitable fingers a problem? Oh, wait. I almost had it. Yes. Let's pick up. And what is pick up? Just pick up. Definitely Hiru, right? It's Hiru, but I don't remember what the... If I get lost, what's the mnemonic for Hiru? I think it's Hiru. Oh, it's not? Oh. Just kidding. Hiro. It's Hiro. But why is it Hiro? Oh, because you... What? Hold up. Yeah, it is pick up. Is it like dealing with a hero or something? No. He picked up a sword and a rock because he felt like a hero. This one's okay. Because... Oh yeah, Hiro is the only thing we have. Okay, that's fine. Still drawing a blank on this. How? How? It's one of those mental blocks that kind of they kind of trigger me a bit because it's one of those things like it happens every once in a while. It's hey, right?
閉店
Hate it. And then what happened here? Like what? Oh wait. No. No. I think that's... Is it? No. Oh. Thinking. And gut feeling? Oh.
気づく
Izuku. I totally didn't type the rendaku. And this was an interpretation problem. And I had this problem earlier too. Like we're doing stubborn, like stubborn but sturdy, or not studi, sturdy. And what happened here? It's not a voice recorder. What is it? It's a mouth with a slide. That's supposed to be a cape. Is this supposed to be retroactive? It looks like a lip ring, but it's not a lip ring. And there's something about a slide and a mouth. What are you? Is this supposed to be like... There's no prison is... Oh, this is a prison in a mouth. So what? Yeah, this is prison in mouth, right? This prison mouth. A vault? A prisoner? No, no way. Ain't no way, right? Can't be prisoner. Okay. A mouth in prison. Oh, is this Oh no, wait. That's the water drop thing. I know what pool is. What the heck, man? I usually don't get stumped on components. Components require very direct parts. I guess if you forget them, there's very low chance of recovery. I honestly don't remember this. Like, did I even get this? Is this a new component? Watch it be like a new... No, I don't think that. Mustache? Maybe something doing with mustache? Oh! Oh, that took way too long. That's okay. We'll give it a pass. It's a component. So how much time do we... Oh, I spent too much time, huh? So how long is this? This is 2 days away. There's a chance I might have to flip the schedule because it's already 10. I got a little too carried away with ranting. Because that would mean it's at 8 p.m. Level up day is at 8 p.m. Oh, well, half day. Okay, so we might flip the schedule on this day. Or I can take another leap day and just do these and call it a day and push it to Saturday. But yeah, too far off. So 3-day. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, obviously. I have disagreements with this as well. But make do. Make do. An extra chill day, I suppose. No hurry. Paragraph is rough. Instead of thinking of voice recorder. Voice recorder is pretty rough too. Attach. Valley, face, drum, zombie. Yo. Sho. Mon. Ke. In. In. Su. Shu. O. Q. Shin. Ako. Ni. N. G. Wara. Wara e. Wara e. G. Came to me quickly today and then now it's slipped out. We'll come back. Then say do and do show can he zone sen bo jo he an kan. Yep, and this is a wrap. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're always welcome to stop on by. Right. Exchange some stories. Establish rapport. Build banter. Otherwise, yeah, feel free to come on by and hear me rant and talk about things about other things, I suppose. Encounters that I have on a daily basis. Occasionally, I like to make some room for some reflection, but more like open reflection and sharing. It's part of practicing communication, right? Communication skills. Yeah. So for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, walk around, contemplate the meaning of life, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第156天。It is day 156. Business as usual. Yesterday we reached a new milestone. Crossed off 900 characters. Pretty amazing. And we're off to a HSK4. I think a lot of this is going to be uncharted territory. At least I like to think it's going to be uncharted territory. Although I've already encountered something that I've seen so far. Or entering in, much like we're about to enter a new phase in WaniKani. We're kind of entering a new phase in HanziHero as well. We'll see if we're pushed to do something dramatically different or not.
双赢
win-win, pair win. Pair of wins, win-win. Both sides, okay. 双赢 something 面 煮面 situation. Again, 煮面 something 的双赢的结果结果
获得双赢的结果，
获得跟那还活
双赢警察
yeah. Police, another way to say police. 警察. Actually, this one is the one that I'm more familiar with. 警察.他在警察. I just saw you. 主工作 举工作 is 举工作 no 举他在警察局工作。我害怕警察。对，
警察，实验，
实验。reality or truth, reality plus check, reality check. The experiment. I kind of think of it as a reality check, but okay, sure. Yeah, 实验。这是一个重要的实验。进行科学实验。Okay.
实验，
Yeah.
总数，
I feel like I got a total before. Now I think there are 2 totals now, right? I don't remember what the other total is though. It's a shaky one. It's a very shaky one. 总数 overall number total. 算在总数内。
算在总数内，
算在总数内。Total number of apples. 苹果总数。
总数，亮丽，
bright and beautiful, shiny and beautiful. 亮丽。这座城市的亮色。Oh no, 景色。景色。scenery color. 景色非常亮丽。Night view. 景色。That comes out as night view? Huh.
这座城市的景色非常亮丽。
Wait, did I know that? I'm not sure if I did. 亮丽的风景。
亮丽的风景，
风景。scene 风景。
亮丽，双赢，实验，
Welcome back, Bill. What did you have for dinner? What was for dinner?
总数，亮丽，
Oh no. I don't. Oh, what? You had breaded fish and rice? Fair enough. Breaded fish and rice. Did you have a beverage with that? Okay, what was this about? A foreman? Foreman flowers. And a voice. Oh, yes. Wait.
警察
警察. No, just water. You're not a big fan of soda or stuff like that? But there's tea. There are teas. There are protein shakes. I'm kidding. Protein shakes. There are milkshakes. Imagine having a milkshake for dinner. With dinner. Smoothies, you know. Bubble tea. You just suddenly break out of bubble tea. Khao cha. Investigate. Examine to examine. Can I get an examine? No, it just takes investigation. All right. You could go for milkshake for dessert right now. I see. In-house milkshake. Just pick out a blender. I don't know if you have a blender, but you'd be like scooping up some vanilla ice cream, pour some your choice of milk, and then throw it into a blender. Milkshake. Although cleaning a blender is kind of a hassle. Khao cha. Investigation. Could be an examination. Wonder why they don't take an examination. Inspection. We'll see if that becomes a problem.科学 yeah 科学考察我们需要更多时间来进行考察
考察美丽
美丽 yep beautiful it's the beautiful okay 美丽的早晨
美丽的早晨
dang it
美丽的早晨
not good enough for the N whoops
美丽经验
pass through what was this pass through check is something to experience is to thoroughly check it out as you pass through it. Fair enough. I'm gonna say more like a passing examination, right? Experience. A pass examination. 这位老师有丰富的经验 Oh, that's one way to say rich. That's probably what that person was referring to. Rich ideas.
经验总结
overall high like overall introduction or overall tie together overall that's fine summarize 全面总结
全面总结
oh man I said that weird 全面总结 Comprehensive or complete? Yeah, I see. 写工作总结 Write work summary. Write summary of one's work.
总结，赢得，
赢得啊，赢得啊，赢得 win， 赢得大家的什么重尊重
赢得大家的尊重，
尊重，
赢得，考察，
考察，
赢得，
excuse me，
经验，
经验，
总结，
总结，
美丽，
美丽。哎，
察觉，
察觉 examine, feel, senses. This is use our senses to examine our surrounding and detect new happenings, or notice to sense. I see where that's coming from. Have I seen any other movies recently besides Perfect Days? Let me check. Not really. It's been a while. The last movie was back in February. Oh, actually, I mean, technically, Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya is a movie. That was back in April 27th. And then Look Back in February 23rd. And then 2 days before that was The Wild Robot. And then on February 12th, The Kings of Summer. And then February 10th, The Way Back. Yeah, it's been a while. But Perfect Days was yesterday. So it's very recent. I tend to talk about the things as they come up. But yes, it's been a while. Right now I'm watching the second season of Boku no Hero Academia, because I think I watched like the first 4 seasons, but since it's concluded, it's almost concluded. There's one more season. I'm just catching up with it. And then doing Gintama. I thought differently about Gintama. Gintama is another big one, so I was trying to squeeze something shorter in between. There are a few movies that I do want to catch up on at some point, which is for popular pop culture related things, and they're largely Disney stuff. Most of them are Disney stuff. Oh, pretty much like the last year and a half of Disney. Or research. You have so many movies on your watch list. What are you gonna watch soon? When are you gonna... Something you're looking forward to? I kind of feel out the movies, but what is a movie that I would say is right off the top of my head right now? I'll probably watch Lilo and Stitch at some point. You might watch City Lights tonight. City Lights. Wait. Are we talking about City Lights, like the Charlie Chaplin thing. That's very cultured, but I'm not sure if you're referring to that. Charlie Chaplin? Oh yeah? Wow. Honestly, I haven't seen this myself. I haven't watched a lot of I haven't watched any from beginning to end Charlie Chaplin stuff. The late Charlie Chaplin. Sir Charlie Chaplin. Didn't even get to know him. Didn't even get to know him. You're interested in silent films, so you thought it'd be a good place to start? Ah. The silent film I watched was one of the first silent films I watched was a bit back, and it was actually technically Battleship Potemkin is silent film, isn't it? Hold up. Pretty sure 1925 Battleship Potemkin is also a classic. Pretty sure Battleship Potemkin is silent. Don't quote me on that. At least I don't recall hearing anything. I don't recall what it sounds like, so I'm going to go on a limb and say Battleship Potemkin is a silent film. There's another one. You've heard of that movie? Yeah, it's a classic as well. It's around the time... I think this might be before... Have you ever seen a movie where there's a baby carriage that like rolls down stairs in slow motion? Yeah, it predates Chaplin, actually. Have you ever watched like any film where there's like a sudden baby carriage rolling down the stairs in slow-mo? That's actually the earliest version of that is Battleship Potemkin. Sergei Eisenstein. There's a recent, you can't recall a movie like that? Not even like, I think The Matrix might have a baby carriage scene. Or baby stroller scene. Hold up. Was it? No, maybe not not that. Interesting. I swear I've seen a silent film recently. Oh yeah, The Artist. The Artist is a silent film, I think. Pretty sure The Artist is a silent film from 2011. I don't recall what it sounds like, so I'm gonna say The Artist is a silent film. Yes. And then I don't remember anything contemporary. And then there's also black and white films. Recent one that was mentioned in a discussion with someone else with Fictitious. The black and white film that I can remember is The Descendants, which got a lot of praise as well. Or yeah, The Descendants is wait, is that what it's called? Wait, hold up. It might not be called The Descendants. It's like something like Descendants. No. What is it called? That's not the right title. Uh. Oh, it is called Descendants. Yeah, that's right. And The Descendants, 2011. If you're also interested in black and white films as well. Oh no, wait. Was this the black and white film? Oh no, wait. I don't think it's this one. Just kidding. It's not this one. I think I'm still thinking of the artist. I think the artist is also black and white. No, I don't think so. Hold up. Oh wait, I have a feeling that. Oh yeah. No, I'm thinking of the same film. The artist is both black and white and silent. Black and white and silent. So if you're interested in something like modern, like a modern cinematography, I would say the artist is a great one. It tries to capture that old school, or juxtaposing Charlie Chaplin and what they decide to do in the artist is a very interesting activity to do. Cha-jue. Throw in some other contributing to the idea. I watch a Charlie Chaplin. I don't know what I haven't seen the artist, so that's a disclaimer. I haven't actually seen the artist. I know of the artist. Oh, I lied. I do have a relatively recent black and white film, but not silent. The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse is something else. 2019. William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. The Lighthouse. Black and white. It does have sound to it. Although the sound is minimal. It's sound specifically. No like anything. It's more like for the ambience. Yeah. It's a very artsy fartsy. It's super artsy fartsy movie. So if you wanted something modern that is kind of akin to when like the people who do like movies for the sake of being artsy, The Lighthouse is something else. Robert Eggers. I think he did something I think this guy did something recent. What was it? Oh, Nosferatu. Nosferatu was his most recent one, and I heard great things. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen Nosferatu. Okay. All right. 察觉到生命，察觉到生命什么像迹象 signs. Have I seen the original? I haven't. It's been a while since I started doing arts, like going back and doing artsy fartsy stuff. I think the most
察觉
things that I've done in terms of like Western legacy is probably Alfred Hitchcock. I've probably seen Alfred Hitchcock and Stanley Kubrick. Alfred Hitchcock and Stanley Kubrick are my most, probably my most diverse watching legacies. And then absolutely metric ton of Martin Scorsese films. Cinema. Yeah, Martin Scorsese would definitely be one of them. Goes all the way back to Taxi Driver. How far back was Taxi Driver? It wasn't. No, Taxi Driver. Heck. 1976. That's not too far back. Oh, I did watch a movie with the very first movie with Anthony Hopkins, which was also potentially silent. I know it was black and white, but I think, oh no, it wasn't silent. It was black and white, I think, only. I forgot what it's called though. Because I was very curious. It was a coincidence. I didn't know Anthony. It was one of Anthony Hopkins' first films. Let me see if I can. It was Hamlet. No, it was not Hamlet. Just kidding. Hang on, it's one of these. I know he was in it, but I don't know what movie it is. Was it a Dollhouse? I don't remember anymore. I think it might be. He used to do plays. So Anthony Hopkins used to play roles where they're recorded versions of plays. So it was a short drama. So they're like, back in the day, they're like 30 minutes long. Yeah. Have you seen the original Nosferatu? What is this?
内容
内容内容 within container. No, but you want to watch it? I see. There is another one that did really well recently. I mean, I'm not sure if you're into. I think this one is a little bit mature, as in like it's not for everyone to stomach, because it has a bit of body horror, I suppose. It had William Dafoe in it. And I'm thinking of modern, like contemporary movies that are trying to elicit old cinema, right? Older cinema. And I think it's William Dafoe's recent one. And it had Emma Watson, or not Emma Watson, not Emma Stone. Emma Stone, Poor Things. Yeah, Poor Things. Poor Things is interesting. So if you had like a artsy, really artsy, unhinged filming for the sake of art. Otherwise, honestly, if I had to volunteer my own thing, if you haven't seen Pan's Labyrinth already, I would say Guillermo del Toro is a cinema in a very whimsical way. I think Guillermo del Toro is wonderfully imaginative. And then there's like the show. I think it's coming back for a second season. Something that's very artsy, but not necessarily silent film. We're going out of the silent film thing, but the most recent Sandman, and I think they recently announced Sandman 2, or Sandman 2 is around the corner. But I think the Netflix published show Sandman is a great harken to Neil Geiger stuff, or Gaiman. No, it's not Neil. It's Neil Gaiman. Sorry, Neil Gaiman visualization. So it has a very artsy, poetic. There was a time when I was like just sitting there over ODing on artsy stuff. I was going out of my way to get artsy stuff, like Wes Anderson films, right? If you watch any Wes Anderson films, cinema for the sake of cinema. When when directors still focuses on staging and utilizing the medium in a different way, as opposed to trying to capture hyperrealism and situational, like filming on sets, like on location and stuff like that, but more of the arts where it's kind of more like a stage play and theater work. And that's where I feel back in the days of silent films, black and white films, they were like staging plays. Charlie Chaplin is very, very well known for pioneering staging and like setups and really crazy feats of stunt work as well. Like some of that stuff is wild to think that someone at that time performed those recorded actions. 内容这本书内容很有趣，很有趣。
这本书内容很有趣。
内容很有趣。I know you already have a lot of things on your list, so I don't. I was naming a bunch of movies. They might already be on your list, right? adding to your
内容
adding to your long list of stuff. You know,
石桥
it's a problem. Not that bad to have. Having a long list of interesting things that you want to do. Hopefully the list that you have continues to serve you for a lifetime. I think nowadays I feel kids these days are far more cooked than someone who has a long list of movies with eclectic taste in the arts and like a bit of eccentricity in their interest. A lovely problem to have, I would say. It's an incredibly healthy problem to have. You have at least 20 movies on it, including some Kubrick and Scorsese movies. Ooh, what are the Kubrick and Scorsese movies that you have on your list that you haven't seen? I think I'm pretty good. I would say I've seen 70 to 80% of Kubrick films, some of them multiple times. And then I think Scorsese, I would say 80-ish% of Scorsese films as well. Coen brothers as well, too. I think everything with the exception of the last one. I even saw their very first film, Blood Simple. Coen brothers tend to be another one of those, like, we're here to make film for cinema, not film for entertainment. They're entertaining and interesting, but a lot of them deal with aspects of cinema. Like, they did it because they're unapologetically film directors before they are panderers, so not like industry people. They don't typically make movies because it'll sell well, so to speak. And that's not that it's bad or good. I'm gonna watch Disney films soon enough, binge on some Disney films. They have a different like purpose. Their intent is very different between movies that are meant to entertain versus movies that are meant to shock and inspire. Or whatever it's worth. You want to watch Barry Lyndon in 2001 for Kubrick. Ah, okay. And then you want to see, oh, you haven't seen The Departed yet. I see. And Mean Streets? Scorsese? Who did Gangs of New York? Oh, Scorsese. Of course. I'm like, didn't Scorsese do Gangs of New York? Yeah. Yeah, Scorsese, way too many Way too many films to count up. But The Departed is Departed is something I can talk about as well. The Departed is inspired off of Infernal Affairs, which is a Chinese film that deals with that. Largely, it's like a westernization of the Infernal Affairs, like Hong Kong cop drama. So it was really wonderful to see like Scorsese's Western touch and cinema attached off of capturing that cop drama, the cop drama that I grew up with quite a bit. But usually like the cop drama, like in Hong Kong cop drama or Chinese cop drama, they're more closer to kung fu films. A lot of times they're martial arts films as opposed to Scorsese's brand of like very brutal cutthroat organized crime stuff. Have I seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Yes, I have. That's a Chinese film on that's a Chinese movie on your list. It belongs to a trilogy, so or a trilogy of westernized versions from that group. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, House of Flying Daggers, and Hero. Hero's in between. So Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragons, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hero, and then House of Flying Daggers. Those were the three at that time period. They're not necessarily related to each other, like literally, like figuratively. They're part of that wave. So those are the three that were brought to the left. It's kind of like when you're thinking about anime, when Ghibli was introduced, it's kind of like that wave too. Like if you're thinking about Ghibli, what are the trifectas of Ghibli films? Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, and Howl's Moving Castle. So Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hero, and House of Flying Daggers are the three in that period of cinema. They're very beautiful. If you want an entry point to the very obvious Chinese inspiration, if you're interested in the very obvious Chinese inspiration for that type of beauty, yeah, those three movies, I hope you have a television screen with like an OLED. Like I can only imagine what those movies look like in HDR now. Chinese films have this very noticeable color palette and like color coordination. There's a heavy, incredible, almost excessive attention to color coordination when it comes to depicting like beauty. And then there's a lot of emphasis on motion and ballet. And we're talking about like Eastern ballet, like art forms. So things flow, movements flow. It's all about like wide landscapes, color, and what is that energy, like feng shui, that kind of thing. And then Miyazaki does it in his own way, which is the Ghibli peeps. And then Grave of the Fireflies is what's his name? It's someone who worked alongside Grave of the Fireflies was a fantastic film about a very, very unfortunate part in history. I think it's I think it's like Isao something. And they were like some of the early peeps that represented Ghibli movies. Yeah, really, really interesting time periods. Isao, yeah, Takahata. That's right, Takahata. Yeah, so someone who worked alongside Miyazaki during the early days of Ghibli. I don't think I've ever seen another film by him afterwards, though. And then for anime films, there's still other peeps who are no longer with us, like what's his name? Satoshi Kon. Satoshi Kon was Paprika, Millennium Actress. I'm missing something. But Satoshi had passed away early. And oh yeah, he did like Tokyo Godfathers. He did Paranoia Agent, but I think that's related to what something that Jack said earlier. And Perfect Blue. The last two movies I saw by him was Paprika and Millennium Actress. The late Satoshi Kon. Or Satoshi Kon. Now that I'm familiar with Japanese, it would be Kon. I said Kon a lot. I went back in when I was reading it off English. 石桥. Stonebridge is Stonebridge. 那座石桥. Yi Yao 百年历史 kind of. Oh wait, no, yeah. Yi Yao. Interesting. Yi Yao.
那座石桥已有100年历史。
EO. Oh, not EO. EO. You think you're gonna go watch City Lights now? Enjoy. Let me know what you think about it. I'll watch it. Maybe I'll if I have time, I'll probably try to watch it at some time in the future too. We can talk about it a little bit, you know? Enjoy. Thanks for hanging out, Bill.
石桥。八
Ba is crust. Oh yeah, that's right. Retroactive. Arsenson is in front of the auditorium, throwing discarded crust at the door. Oh yeah, the other one was Ba, right? There's a huge bag of crust on top of his skateboard. Did he? Was it? I could have sworn the other Ba was crust. Dealt with crust too, I think. To grasp. Wei Ba. Almost all of these got silenced. A mute.
Ba. Ya.
Yeah. Yep. Tooth. Oh, we're getting all the lineups with the standalones. Yeah. This one's good. Japanese comes through. Well, Yoshi is inside the lobby of the auditorium, which is full of a bunch of giant teeth. Yeah, I think they're giant. He chases them around, eating them and popping them out into a little green spotted shells. That's what Yoshi does. He was hired to get rid of the teeth infestation by the proprietor of the auditorium. Alright, fair enough. That kind of sounds like something that you find in a Mario game. Yayi. Yak. Fair enough. Chua ya. Yeah. Chua ya. Yao ya. Yao ya. Ya shua. Wait a minute. 刷牙 牙刷 What the? Alright. Fair enough.
牙八牙石桥
石桥 Uh-oh.
察觉
察觉
内容
内容 Okay. Who? Not what was it? Toe? Who? Who? Oh wait, I do know who. But not how does that work for door? Who? In the examples. I'm pretty sure it's one of the examples. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the house trying to fix the door. The Hulk fixed the bathroom door. He really had to go so early. So earlier he burst through the door. Okay, I was about to say like he probably just broke the door, snapping it in two on his way to the bathroom. That's fair. Oh, who? A guest at the door, a customer. Okay. 落户 all door. Interesting. Maybe like a figurative door now we're talking about. Oh yeah. 窗户 账户 Okay.
护耳
Not what I was thinking. R. Alright, ear checks out, but R. Master Chief is in the basement of the arcade. He's always in the arcade, man. Master Chief spends most of his time in the arcade. He goes over to one of the storage closets and opens it up. It is full of fake ears of anime characters and video game characters. Even has some elf ears. He then takes some ears and pastes them onto each side of his green helmet, thinking they will look cool when he plays arcade games later. Confirmed. Master Chief is a dork. Okay. Or in the basement. Found some storage of video game. Alright, I got you. Oh yeah, that's right. Our duo is our duo in here? There it is. Our duo. Our Huan earrings. Earrings. Oh, that makes sense. Ear and ring together. Our Huan. Our Ji. Makes sense. Ear machines. Our harsh. Yeah, our duo. Our mo. Drums. Oh, it doesn't have drums in it though. Or maybe that is drums.
耳巨
Gigantic. That's a mecha? Oh, that does look like a mecha. That's pretty good. I like it. If you look at a mecha from above. Oh, I was fine with this too. Like, these are pew-pews, you know? These are pew-pews. And then these are just the big feet. You know? And then this is the cockpit. And the mech. But if you look top down, also makes sense. This is the body, and these are pew-pews. Because the reason is side-scrolling shooters, right? Side-scrolling shoot-'em-ups or vertical shoot-'em-ups usually have these things. Or twin-stick shooters have this. So that's pretty cool. I can get behind that. There's usually a little bit of a, you know, we have to add like a little foot here. We like, or maybe something like this. Like feet. The mech's gotta have some feet. Alright, I got you. And then it leads to gigantic, that's fine.
巨
Gee, gigantic. Gigantic mecha. Okay. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house, washing the arm of his fantastic, gigantic mecha that he's gonna use to conquer the world. That he plans to use to reconquer the Western world. Yeah, that fits. Of course, it is so gigantic that it does not fit. So the mecha is actually standing outside and has punched a hole in the wall of the bathroom to fit its arm in so that Caesar can clean it. This is how gigantic it is. That's fair. Although Caesar could afford a gigantic bathroom. Come on. Right? 巨人 giant. 巨大 gigantic. Big, gigantic big. Yeah. 艰巨 arduous.
巨虫
虫. That's a lot of insects. Makes sense. When you have one insect and you have a lot of insects. Oh, but what is normal insect? I don't know what is normal insect. Oh. Oh. Wait, is there not an insect just chilling on its own? What is this? I think I have a character, right? No, I don't. So it doesn't stand alone. That's interesting. I thought there might be a character with one insect. Interesting. Chong. Charlie Brown is inside the temple working with the monks, and Snoopy all together, and monks and Snoopy all together to clean up all the insects all the insects. Something's weird with this sentence. It's fine because they're all over the all over the wooden floor. However, Charlie Brown is so pathetic that he can't even kill a single insect, and the monks laugh at him. What? Why would the monk laugh at someone who's unable to extinguish life? Come on, that's a little bit out of character. That's fine. That's a little mean. Alright, Chong. Alright. Chongzhi. Hi, Chong. A pest, a harmful insect. 寄生虫. A parasite. Maybe suck life insect. 昆虫. A locust. 蝗虫.
虫
Alright.
虫 巨 耳
Oh man, these are tough.
户
Alright, let's try to lock in. What time is it? 11:20. I'm a little bit tired, just a wee bit. Went a bit long yesterday. Okay. What?
药店
Oh, I must have typed 3 instead of 4. What am I looking at? I don't know what the right thing is anymore. Oh no. Panic ensues. What is the right thing?
Han
Okay. It's fine.
城市
你住在大城，
城市
又是
又是一个好天。
蓝领
蓝领工作通常需要体力。
终于
他终于完成了任务。
Oh, we're filling it up. Oh, that kind of sounded weird. I'm sorry.
消除
这药物能消除所有细菌。
食甜食
他爱吃甜食。
听见
我听见了他的声音。
解
No! That's a dart. Man.
表面
粗糙的表面。
It's expression, but also facial expression.
领带
你会打领带吗？
绝对
这就是绝对的事实。
What do they want with this? Oh, I typed the hundreds of thousand.
人
Just kidding.
手
公司增加了一些人手。
普遍
普遍定律。
Wait. Guess you could say surface. It's still like surface.
力
Can I just write face or surface? We'll stick with surface.
容颜
容颜渐老。
I fat fingered the ah.
停顿
演讲中有个停顿。
突然
大家突然停止聊天。
议题
讨论议题。
Oh, I guess they want issue. This the thing.
疼痛，
疼痛感让他无法入睡。
静，连续，
他连续几天都在准备考试。
连续剧，
这部连续剧很有趣。
平，
I don't know. I don't know yet. What was it? Not sure. Not sure right now.
E 顿时，
整个房间顿时变得寂静起来。
That one might get lost at some point.
继续，
请继续努力，不要放弃。
I was gonna say I was entering a flow state now, but then I got whomped hard.
形势，
目前的形势很不稳定。
之，容易，
放
It did what I did yesterday. Whoops. Wait.
光线，
房间里的光线很柔和。
呀，
I typed the wrong thing. Oh my goodness. Sorry. It's fine.
会议，
明天的会议取消了。
南边，
南边有一个公园。
网球拍，
他打破了他的网球拍。
姓名，
我记下了他的姓名。
可怕，
这种病很可怕。
优势，
公司有明显的优势。
手术室，
手术室需要维持无菌环境。
讲台，
他正在讲台上讲课。
句，
What are you? Yeah, it gets lost. I think we need vocabulary. Yeah, apple. Yeah. We need vocabulary for reinforcement just for the sake of reinforcement.
开刀，
开刀房，
跑步，
我每天早上跑步是为了减肥。
底线，
请在表格的底线签名。
Okay.
访问，
访问一个网站，
Or visit.
是，创，零下，
温度降到零下20度。
Iron page. Oh.
麻烦，
Oh.
对不起，
Silence.
给你添麻烦了。
双，国庆，
That was the problem for a little bit.
数，课堂，
他不在课堂里。
幸运，
他是个幸运的男生。
Oh, they use a different thing. I gut feeling Japanese there.
追，产，矿，老将，
这支队伍的老将，
Oops. Sorry, I had to sneeze. um. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Oh,
回顾，
老师要我们回顾课程。
what? Okay, gut feeling is failing. I gotta use our. What? Oh.
感性，
每个人的感性都不同。
Perceptions, yeah.
搬家，
你可以帮我搬家吗？
完全，
我完全忘了。
It's like review, revise. I think. What? This is a little bit slick. Nah, look back. Oh, they have look back. It's fine. Okay, we're fine.
资产，
这家公司拥有大量资产。
I think I'm doing this incorrectly too. It was the carry, like carry kind luck. Oh, happiness. What am I? Oh, it was fortunate. Fine. I didn't want to think about it too long. Okay.
周末，
你周末通常都做什么？
Pretty sure. Oh, wait, hold on. No? Or is it? No. What? I don't know what else that could be. What?
超过，
不要超过限速。
意义，
他的话有深刻的意义。
Oops. That's the wrong thing there.
性，姐妹，
她没有姐妹。
I don't know what the right hand thing. Right hand. Definitely yen. Yen something. Huh.
存活，
他在地震中存活了。
防火墙，
安装防火墙。
Oh no, not again. I got stopped on this again.
坚持，
他坚持每天运动。
任何，
这里没有任何限制。
杂草，
我花了1天时间来清除杂草。
肉，外人，
外人不能参加这次会议。
Oops.
四，
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was yen for the right. So I'm gonna block this one out. I could have sworn I wrote a combination of that. Oh, and then yeah, this is being confused with a cloak. But I might have written the wrong combination. And then this one's kind of tough. That one's gonna be a problem moving forward regardless. Keep going at it. What's this one? Uh-oh. I'm drawing a blank. Drawing a blank?
香，吵嘴，
他总是跟别人吵嘴。
标，意志，
意志薄弱。
YOLO?
玩具，
这个玩具很贵。
忘记 Oh. Toy.
大麻，
大麻在许多地方是非法的。
西，张，美好，
我们都期待美好的未来。
What happened? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. 口才。
关门，
商店下午5点关门。
No. We're gonna do. Oh no, I do know. Just kidding.
争吵，
争吵不休。
仿，
No. Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
写，封建，
封建贵族。
Oh, I accidentally typed the G there.
木屋，
我们在森林里找到了一座木屋。
口才，
赞叹他的口才。
缺少，
这些植物缺少水。
补救，
这种药物可以补救一些常见的健康问题。
Yo. Help. Catch up. Oh.
还原，
还原原始状态。
I lost it. I lost it. Oh, wait.
工程，
他在大学念工程。
Oh no. I had a problem with this a little bit. It's like the procedure of work. So I don't know, like I already engineering, that's right. Teacher of construction. It's fine. That one's gonna be a problem for quite some time. This one maybe not. 这种药物可以 like heal. Repair. Cure. Remedy. I'm gonna say to heal. Cure.
会谈，
会谈还没有结果。
Say what is that? That didn't work.
相似，
这两部电影很相似。
目，群众，
愤怒的群众。
Oh no. I just went for it. That's not it. Oh no, I totally botched that. Hmm. Why am I drawing it? I think it's gotta think harder about that.
物，义务，
互相抚养的义务。
不仅，
这不仅是我一个人的看法。
首先，
首先，我要谢谢你。
杀，农民，
农民们都在忙着秋收。
Okay. So what happened here? Oh,
表达，
充分表达思想。
突破，
我们的研究获得重大突破。
约， 天桥，
我看到人在天桥上。
感冒，
他感冒了。
农业，
农业非常重要。
面，职工，
这家工厂有很多职工。
What? Okay. That's not what I think it is. Uh,
成熟，
桃子快成熟了。
yikes. That was rough.
鸭，破产，
这家公司因为财务问题而破产了。
Thanks. Hmm. 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 Where is he? Yeah. Definitely height is tension. Oh. No. That's merely. Probably gonna be block. Happens every once in a while. Supposed to know this. Yeah, this is definitely tight. Oh, I'm pretty sure I typed Jingle though. This is tension. Oh really? Stretched? Tight. Tight stretch.
紧张，
我没有准备好，心里很紧张。
心里很紧张. Oh, nervous. That's okay. Probably the weakest of them, of course. 紧张, nervous. Context sentence. OP. Okay. Go over the stuff. What time is it? Past midnight. Okay. Tomorrow's kind of tough. Right, Mecca, that's fine. Yeah. I have no idea why that's. Oh, yeah, I do now. Chong. Ji. R. Ooh. Shuang Ying. Shi Yang. Yes. No, Shi Yan. Yeah. Shi Yan. Zhong Shu. Liang Li. Jing Cha. Kao Cha. Ying De. Jing Yan. Zhong Jue. Not Jue. Zhong Jie. Summary. Mei Li. Oops. Shi Qiao. 夹绝内容 Okay, so there's some overlap in a lot of this. So Bart Simpson outside of the auditorium, cleaning up all the crust, picking up all the crust, which kind of leans to Ba, which is grasping crust. So not too bad. Reinforcement. Yoshi is in the auditorium. Taking care of the tooth infestation. Ya's legacy. We won't need to worry about that as well. Now we have Charlie Brown is in the inside the temple, hanging out with the monks and something else. Monks and other peeps taking care of the insects, right? The insects there. And I guess the monks laughed at him because he wasn't able to kill any insects. That's a little weird. This one's a little weird, but I guess it's weird and it's memorable. Whoops. And then we have Julius Caesar in the bathroom. Usually he's in the bathroom of his house working on machination, you know, scheming how to reconquer the world. This time he has a mecha, a gigantic mecha that he's polishing. Just the arm though, because it's gigantic. That one works pretty well. And then we have Master Chef making his way to the basements of the arcade. Finding a ye olde box of ears. Got ears and decorations from different video game characters and whatnot. And he put some on his helmet thinking it looked cool, right? Video game reference. Very good. Okay. And then we have Hulk running to the bathroom earlier very, very quickly in his house and ended up snapping the door. It's fine. Pretty good. What was the worst? I would say engineering is still pretty bad. Yeah, engineering is工厂 工厂 or engineering or construction. And what was the last? Juan was pretty whoopsies too. Huan Yuan. Right, Huan Yuan. Huan Yuan. This is to recover. Like restore word. What's the very last thing? This character. Was it Foreman? Yes. Jing. It's tight. And then it was added to nervous. Jiang, Jingjiang. Okay, Jingjiang is nervous. The moment I heard the sentence, though, it was fine. Okay. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. You're gonna watch this later? Yes, yeah. As always, feel free to follow along. You know, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Or would love to exchange some stories. You know, generosity breeds generosity. A few discussions, some coffee table talk about what is your schedule and discipline and routine like on your way to learning and acquiring Chinese vocabulary or what have you. Chinese ideas, you know, rich ideas. Could delve in the culture, right? I certainly have some personal anecdotes. Always feel welcome, you know. Feel free, stop on by, to chat a little bit every once in a blue moon. Right. So for those who are only interested in Chinese, 大家下次见. See you all next time. I'm gonna get up, walk a little bit, stretch, get some blood flowing, and I'll be back for Spanish. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 65. It is day day 65. Sorry, I have a bit of a nosebleed. A bit of a nosebleed here. Okay. Alright. Well, let's get caught up in a bit. Oh, that's from our Duolingo Japanese yesterday. Okay. Well, let's review. This is a review day for Unit 24. Talk about weather. So we got a few extra new words. Palabras nuevas. Caluroso. Clima. Comenzar. Encontrarme or encontrarse, whichever. You may encontrar, basically. Still. Nevar. Llover. Árbol, for whatever reason. Throw in tree. I think that's almost all of them. Vocabulary tends to come at a drip when we're doing other things. So we were practicing past tense, like past tense here. Oh, there's also the phrase ir a ver as an alternative to I. And then we practiced past tense, more or less, and stuff that hasn't been conjugated in the first person, like duermo. And then more lots of conjugation practice. Is there anything in terms of lines of grammar other than this is a practice, and then throwing in some? Do we have any other weather stuff? Not really. Hot, snowing, raining, lluvia, or lluvia. Yeah, lluvia, nieve, or yeah, nieve. No, I think that's good. Our podcast segment was rainy situation or something like that. It was pretty straightforward. Rainy conversation. You know, when there's conversation, Lucy is eavesdropping. So it was two people, dos personas, talking about rain, lluvia, and there's rain all the time, right? But is it raining, or is it a secret code? You know, but they just talked about rain. Oh, ayer llovió todos los días, right? Or like noviembre. That's not a good month for rain, but maybe like pick a rain month. Abril. Llovió mucho en abril. Alright, I feel like the blood stopped, but it's slightly making sure I don't just randomly bleed all over the place. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Alright, so let's complete our segments. Let's look at what llovió, montaste, nevó, nos encontramos, corrió, a ver, there's our new one, caminó, lluvia, la lluvia. Comienzo, that's comenzar is one of our new ones. And you're just using encantar without a direct object. No, encontrar. So nevar, llover, clima, caluroso are new. You know, we got all of them. Okay. Not the most auspicious time to have a nosebleed. All right, let's get into our review stuff.
El desayuno de Junior.
All right.
Eddie está haciendo el desayuno para Junior.
Hola, papá. ¿Qué haces?
Buenos días, Junior. Te estoy haciendo el desayuno.
¿El desayuno?
Sí, nunca tengo tiempo de hacerte el desayuno. Pero hoy es diferente.
Papá, no quiero desayunar.
¿Qué? Pero estoy haciendo huevos.
No quiero huevos.
Pero a ti te encantan.
Sí, pero...
¿Y hay jugo de naranja fresco también? ¿A ti te encanta el jugo de naranja?
Sí, pero...
¿Qué?
Papá, ya es la 1.
Eddie mira su reloj.
Ay, no. Hacer el desayuno toma mucho tiempo.
Pero ahora podemos hacer el almuerzo.
Oops. What? Oh, they went with ahora first. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I just put ahora at the end because my brain dictated it. Hoy, tiempo, papá, diferente, ahora. Yep. It took too long to make lunch, and it's already... too long to make breakfast, and it's already
El
lunchtime.
desayuno de Junior. Eddie está haciendo el desayuno para Junior.
Hola, papá. ¿Qué haces?
Buenos días, Junior. Te estoy haciendo el desayuno.
¿El desayuno?
Sí, nunca tengo tiempo de hacerte. Pero hoy es diferente.
Papá, no quiero desayunar.
¿Qué? Pero estoy haciendo huevos.
No quiero huevos.
Pero a ti te encantan.
Sí, pero...
¿Y hay jugo de naranja fresco también? ¿A ti te encanta el jugo de naranja?
Sí, pero...
¿Qué?
Papá, ya es la 1.
Eddie mira su reloj.
It just finished Yakuza 1. What a tragic yet happy ending. Yakuza 1. Old. Kiwami 1. Yeah. Such a great story with a good message. You're feeling a lot of emotions right now. Breathe. Jack, breathe. Don't worry, you get to do it 7 times more. Oh, actually, when you get to 4 and 5, you get to do it 4 times for 4 and 4 times for 5 as well. So you got hold. You got like 10 more times. Your heart will be stilled with every passing Yakuza installment. You'll come to the point where you're like, oh, this is where this is where this is going to happen. Oh, actually, okay, I kind of take it back. No, you get it multiple times. It's gonna happen multiple times. Although I do have to admit, Casca's like brand, maybe Yakuza 7 is a little bit of a dark horse right now because Kiryu's saga is not part of it. Although when that's not part of it, then you have Like a Dragon Gaiden to steal your heart away again and crush it and mold it over, you know?
Ay, no.
That's
Hacer el desayuno toma mucho tiempo.
nice on Kiwami 1. Off to Kiwami 2.
Pero ahora podemos hacer el almuerzo.
Para, papá, fresco. Buenos días. Ahora. Bum. Alright. Oh, these are rough. Personalized practice are rough. It really does show me how lackadaisical I am with articles and gender treatments. Okay. Señor, usted 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 escribe en español? Por favor, escribir, right? Escriba el nombre, no, escribe, no, escribir. One's a command and one's not. So if it's escribir, oh, what is going on here? You love Zero and Kiwami, so yes, you're excited for Kiwami 2, but man, they really hitting you like a dump truck. What happened in Kiwami 2? It's time to happen all over again, I'm telling you. Technically, your heart got broken twice in Yakuza 0. So, because there are 2 characters. So you're already a veteran now. You're already 3 times over. Suck it up. Get on with Kiwami 2. Don't worry, Kiwami 2 only involves one storyline. So we're escribir, right? So this is asking. I'm a little confused now. Why is it escriba? I don't know why that's escriba. What is going on? Oh, wait, hold up. I don't remember who said imperative. It swaps is how I remember it. But no, but the thing is, this wasn't gone over yet. Was probably why it's confusing. I don't understand when they covered this unit. Huh. How much units on Duolingo do you do for Spanish on days you do Spanish? Half a unit. Just half. Now we only have time for a half. Yeah, I don't remember this. I don't remember this unit. I think this is kind of out of sync. Imperative? Huh. No, no. That's Spud. I know what imperative is. I'm thinking to myself, you don't have to be pedantic about it. I already know what it is. I'm trying to think of which unit this is in. I think this is not in a unit. This conjugating this is also not entirely sure where this is either. Huh.
Perdona.
Let's look at this. Yeah, I don't know. You've been using Duolingo for a long time, but lately you haven't been very impressed. That's fine. I'm not sure if Duolingo was meant to impress you, but many years, huh? Or for a long time. Sorry, not many. Yeah, I don't remember this in any of the units prior to this. Interesting. Well, it's time to refresh on imperatives. I think this is only affirmative. I'm sure they're only using infirmative. So, okay.
Toma.
Continue on the highways. Oh, wait. I do remember this part, though. I remember this prompt. But you're gonna have to take a pass. Yeah, Siga. So that's the unit they used. Huh. I think it's the only unit. So Sika would be... Okay. Al final de la carretera Carretera tome. Tome la calle. Viena. 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 Hmm. Okay. We're learning the lesson now, actually. Podemos trabajar. Oh no, BA. Oops. That's fine. That one didn't do the command thing, so they combine the command thing with. There's also turn. Podemos estudiar aquí.
Nosotros.
Nosotros podemos trabajar en la noche. Oh, interesting. Oh, en la tarde. Podemos
Trabajar. En la tarde.
So are they using, yeah, perdone? Interesting. So that would insist that it is perdonar as the infinitive.
Perdone,
Perdone.
señora.
Perdone, señora. Estoy buscando un banco. Para or por? No, just buscando un banco works pretty well.
Estoy un banco buscando.
Oh, there's turn. Oh, right. Girard. Yeah, Girard. So
Gire a la
gira a la izquierda.
izquierda.
Al final.
Final
Al final de la calle.
de la calle.
Podemos usar. Okay, so that means that we take.
Escribo.
Okay. Perdonar. Perdonar, then.
Perdón.
Okay. Seguir. Siga esto. Siga esta carretera. Carretera? Oh no. I know. Oops, I typed señora instead of señor. Cadet. Oh, no double. Oh, no double. Okay. Carretera. Okay. Al final. Al final de. Carretera. Oh. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Do I need an article? Let's put it in anyways. La calle. Tome la calle. Llena. Okay. Podemos viajar. Podemos viajar mañana. Señor. Ah. Oh. Whoops. This. Okay. I don't remember the imperative at all. Along the way. Ellas saben hablar muchas lenguas.
El pájaro aprendió a volar en la escuela.
Pájaro aprendió a volar. Oh no, this is the weird thing.
¿Qué animales
¿Qué animales estuvieron aquí ayer?
Mi caballo aprendió francés hace un año.
This is the weird story one with all the animals doing things.
Tú estudias 2 lenguas en la escuela. Tú estudias.
¿Tú estudias lenguas? What?
Tú estudias 2 lenguas en la escuela.
Oh,
2 lenguas.
Lenguas en la escuela.
Todos los animales fueron a una fiesta.
Yeah, todos los animales fueron a una fiesta. Maybe en la granja. Posible. Es posible. Estuviste en la fiesta? Oh, they want plural y'all.
Mis caballos fueron a una granja nueva. Fueron.
Quiero quedarme contigo hoy.
Ah, I blocked. Quiero quedarme contigo hoy. Hello? Stay with you. I was looking for wait. Okay. Quiero quedarme contigo hoy.
Señor, vuelva pronto.
Vuelva pronto. Señor, vuelva pronto. Return soon or come back soon.
¿Qué quieres saber?
Necesito saber el nombre de la Del chico. Oh, whoops. I forgot to contract. For niño, it's fine.
¿Quieres saber mi dirección?
¿Quiere saber dirección? La dirección. Mi dirección. Pues,
Señora, vuelva temprano. Vuelva.
Vuelva temprano. Necesito saber el nombre del niño. I'll entertain you. Right. Okay. ¿Dónde aprendieron francés esos caballos?
Mi pájaro estuvo en Alemania el verano pasado.
Alemania el verano pasado. Mi pájaro estuvo en Alemania el verano pasado.
Siempre te ayudo
Siempre te ayudo a estudiar inglés.
Queremos quedarnos en este hotel.
Tenemos que quedarnos en este hotel.
El búho fue a
El búho fue a México para estudiar español. No. Someone not named Duo.
Mi pájaro estuvo en Alemania Estuve.
A veces te ayudo a estudiar español. A veces.
A veces te
estudiar.
Wait. Te ayudo a estudiar. Estudiar español. You need an because of ayudar.
¿Quién estuvo aquí ayer? Estuve.
Los caballos aprendieron alemán.
Los caballos. Excuse me. Nos ayudan alemán. Excuse me.
Alemán. Los caballos aprendieron alemán.
Aprendieron. That unit was so weird. El búho. El búho. Fue a la fue a el concierto con sus amigos. Ay, no. A concert. Yep.
La maestra me necesita en la clase.
La maestra me necesita en la clase. Okay. Queremos quedarnos casa. A casa hoy. En casa.
Mi hermano menor no sabe manejar.
Okay. Mi hermano menor no sabe manejar. Doesn't know. Oh, my younger brother. Oh, fair enough. Mi madre necesita. Me necesita. Necesita hoy. Oh, mi mamá.
Yo no sé manejar este carro. Yo
no saber. Wait. Yo no sé.
Sé. Yo no sé manejar este carro. Manejar
este carro.
Es carro.
Okay. El búho fue a un Un concierto con sus amigos. Queremos quedarnos en casa hoy.
Mi hermano menor no sabe manejar.
El pájaro.
Él.
Sorry. El cerdo, right? El cerdo fue a México para aprender español.
Español.
Y muchos maestros nos conocieron. No, conocieron. Oh no, just conocen. ¿Conocen aquí?
¿Qué nos compra papá?
¿Qué nos compra papá? English. I English good. I English soup good. ¿Qué animales estuvieron aquí? Estuvieron aquí ayer.
Ella no me escucha.
Ella no me escucha. Come again?
Ella no me escucha.
No es.
Ella no me escucha.
Oh. What's going on? Los gatos no van a la escuela. ¿Qué? Oh, didn't.
Mi madre me ama mucho.
Reading comprehension does not exist.
Mi madre me ama mucho.
Felipe. ¿Te me quieres? Or just me quieres? Me quieres is work, right?
La maestra me necesita en la
I was looking
clase.
for two, but that's fine.
La maestra me necesita en la clase. La maestra me necesita en la clase.
Oh.
¿Cuándo te visitan tus padres?
Oops.
¿Cuándo te visitan tus padres? Cuando te visitan tus padres.
Oh, because it's, yeah, visiting. Yeah, that's fair. Miguel me compra o compran. Oh, Miguel me compra peros. Do I need an article for this? I don't.
Yo siempre te ayudo en la oficina. Yo siempre te ayudo en la...
Mamá te necesita ahora, José.
Necesita a José. El gato comió pescado en el almuerzo. El gato comió pescado en el almuerzo.
Wait.
El gato
Oh.
comió pescado en el
Oh, rip. Oh, no requirement for el. Oh, okay. No excess use of articles. I'm like, edad. What the? El gato. I got el gato out of edad. Mi padre. Padre. En, me enseña me enseña español.
Mi abuelo nos habla en 2 idiomas.
I think I misspelled it. Okay, that's fine. Mi abuelo nos habla en 2 idiomas. Okay. English. I English good. La vaca. ¿Ne? ¿Vaca? La vaca comió vegetales en la cena. Vegetales. What did I type? Oh, vegetales. Necesito te necesito este domingo, por favor. I don't know you well. Yo no te yo te no conozco bien.
Yo te no conozco bien.
Oh, dang. Whoops. Wrong.
El pez no estuvo allá.
Wait. El pez.
El pez no estuvo allá.
Estuvo allá. Oh, allá. Kind of same difference though. Same difference. ¿Cuánto comiste en este restaurante? Or plural, this one. Allá, allí. Oh, that's true. I was thinking of allí. Allí. Sorry, not allí.
Dormimos poco.
Dormimos poco en los días calurosos. And when I'm thinking of allá, I'm thinking of an exclamatory. So it does exist, but I did a typographical error.
Junio es un mes muy caluroso. Es mi primera semana.
Es mi primera semana de vacaciones.
Te van a encantar las playas de México.
Encantar, well, encontrar. Oh, encantar. Oh. Okay. You like the weather in Mexico? Yeah. Aha. Yeah, aha. Sorry, aha. Yes. I was referring to aha, and then I combined it with ai, and I got aha. Aha. It's a combination of aha versus ai. But ai was what I was thinking of, which was there. Do you like the weather in Mexico? You know, let's try a tea. Te encanta. Te encanta el... Let's try la clima de México. No. Oh wait, they said like. I have to change to gusta, but oh, and el clima is masculino.
Está.
Está nevando. Está nevando allá.
Allá.
Todo va a estar bien mañana.
Wait, did you just...
Todo va a estar bien mañana.
It's going to... So va... Is this where they... No. So va nevar en el invierno. Wait.
Va a nevar el invierno.
El otoño va a comenzar el mes próximo.
¿Comenzar? Está lloviendo. Está lloviendo mucho.
Va a llover mucho este mes.
Llover. Queremos meet up con Sara. Queremos encontrarnos con Sara.
Queremos Sara.
Este clima es muy frío. Comenzamos. Comenzamos a las 10.
Comenzamos. A las 10.
Julia necesita encontrar. Oh, you know what? We could also that we're probably not conocer. Julia necesita encontrarse con su madre.
Te van a encantar las playas de México.
I almost said the same thing again. Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
¿Usted corrió anoche?
Usted croyó esta anoche. Corrió. Aquí se corrió anoche. I kept putting the accent on the first syllable there.
Yo
duermo. Yo duermo mucho. ¿Más?
El invierno.
Corrió. That's kind of rough.
Fueron unos días calurosos.
I didn't hear that.
Fueron unos días calurosos. Fueron unos días calurosos. Fueron unos días calurosos. Fueron unos días calurosos. Fueron unos días calurosos.
Fueron unos something calurosos? Días calurosos? Oh, unos. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Los árboles necesitan la lluvia.
¿Nos encontramos en la playa?
Wait. Let's say nos encontrando. Wait.
¿Nos encontramos en la playa?
Oops, not pause.
Antonio caminó con su perro anoche.
It rained. Llovió mucho. Llovió mucho la semana pasada.
Llovió mucho la semana pasada.
Aquí hay mucha lluvia.
Yeah. Comienzan el día. Comienzan el día en la playa. We can put ellos.
Ellos comienzan
el día
en la playa.
Montaste tu caballo en la playa.
¿Montaste? Nevó. Nevó mucho en Nueva York ayer. En Nueva York. Oh. Are you going with Nevó? Oh, no.
Nevó.
Nevó en Nueva York ayer. Mucho ayer.
Ayer.
Oh, I put the mucho in the wrong place.
La primavera comienza mañana.
Comienza. Hay lluvia luego. Va a haber lluvia luego. No. Va a haber mal tiempo ahora. Está nublado. Está nublado. Okay, that's fine. Hay lluvia luego.
Va a haber
mal tiempo ahora y está nublado. Oh. There are... Oh, Oh, now. Whoops.
Ahora.
I was thinking today, not here, not now.
Ustedes.
Intriguing. Sorry, I got... But we don't really need ustedes, but ustedes duermen. Ustedes duermen bien aquí.
Aquí, John habla con Malik, su amigo, y le dice, ¿tú duermes más en invierno o en verano? Yo, en invierno. Las noches son más largas.
Okay. Young, duerme más. I heard invierno. Okay. It snowed. Nevó mucho.
Ayer.
Right, I screwed that up. And then
va a haber
lluvia luego. Oh yeah, because well, interesting.
Hay.
Interesting.
El sábado fue un día.
El sábado fue un día muy frío. ¿Cuándo? Going to start. ¿Cuándo es la primavera o cuándo va a comenzar? ¿O cuándo comenzar la primavera? ¿Va a comenzar?
¿Cuándo comienza
La primavera.
Ellos
comienzan el día en la playa. En la playa. Like, en la beach. Okay. No dormimos. No dormimos bien en esta cama. Sorry, I was thinking of two people sleeping in one bed.
Va a nevar en el invierno.
Wait, I heard clean.
Va a nevar en el invierno.
Wait.
Va a nevar en el invierno.
At first I thought I heard clean.
Va a nevar en el invierno.
How do I screw this up? Julia necesita encontrar no necesita encontrar con su madre. Oh, I forgot to say. Whoops.
Roberto corrió mucho en el parque ayer.
Rio. Did I just type R twice? 3 times?
Roberto corrió mucho en el parque ayer.
I did. You just threw an I did at the end? Alright. Oh yeah, well, I guess. It would have been... It has to be in the past. Ella caminó... Ella caminó una hora en la lluvia. Necesita encontrarse con su madre. Son of a bee sting? Oh, I missed the R. Okay. Antonio, ¿qué pasa? Antonio caminó.
Ellos no duermen bien en la noche.
Oh, I missed the bien. I totally blocked it out. They didn't sleep, so they didn't sleep well.
No.
No gustan. No gustan los días fríos o los días fríos.
Gustan.
Oh, no me gustan.
Los fríos. Hay muchos árboles verdes en el parque.
This is such a pigeonhole. What you said?
Hay muchos árboles verdes.
Verdes.
En el parque.
Well played. Green trees. As opposed to other different color trees. Oh wait. Hold up. Oh, I guess we should use the a ver muy caluroso aquí. Son of a estad. Oh, I thought I could do that. Well, that's a good test.
Va a haber mucha gente en la playa.
Heck. I was gonna actually use hacer to test hacer. Comienzo. ¿Ne? Let's see. Let's just throw in a ustedes. Ustedes. Start has a past tense, right? Started. Okay, okay. Wait, but is it always start? Oh, now I have some English questions. I'll deal with that later. Ah. I guess we'll find out. Okay, a practicar is fine, but y'all is okay. They did want present tense, but that's, oh, I must add extra article. So hold up. We're experimenting, and I hit the hyphen instead of the period.
Ellos no duermen bien en la noche.
What?
Ellos no duermen bien en la noche.
Oh, right. Okay, alright, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I refuse. I didn't need to capitalize that. Hoy hace mucho calor aquí would be the other way for that other one, if that's what you were thinking. Yeah, I mean, that's... Or, yeah. I mean, I think you can still get away with caluroso in that place too. But yes. That's what I would place. But interesting. Huh. I don't have to capitalize Julio, I forgot about that. But that wouldn't have triggered anything. Let's try... So they just want... But... Okay. So they do accept regard in place of practicar. And then I added extra articles. That's what triggered the problem. Interesting. Instead of being specific. Okay. Too redundant.
¿Cuándo va a comenzar la primavera? ¿Cuándo va la? Nieva. ¿Cuándo va a comenzar la primavera? Comenzar la primavera.
Te va a encantar la primavera en Madrid.
Te va a encantar la primavera en Madrid. You're going to like... Jugar is a weird verb. There are two ways to use it. I think there's more than two ways to use it, right? But there are two common ways to use it. I only remember three ways, but let's see. Playing games and sports, performing, risking or gambling, and then playing with something, or affecting or having influence. 5. That's interesting. I don't think I've used the affecting or having influence. El clima? Oh, that could have been used in this unit. El clima juega un papel importante en la economía. Oh, yeah. Oh, that type of play. Ah. You can say both jugar tenis or jugar al tenis, for instance. I am aware of that. I'm aware of that. Thank you. And then you're playing with something, followed by a combination of prepositions. Yeah, there are far more than 2 ways, but I guess you meant following prepositions or not following a preposition. It does follow more than al, but I guess you're talking about specifically 2 ways of expressing games in sports and not the other ways of using al. Yeah, I'm aware of the basic Spanish. I'm reviewing Spanish right now. You are going to like it. You are going to love it. Love the spring. Or love Madrid in spring. I English good. Or I missed a helping verb. Okay. Heck. Wait. Something happened with Discord. Sorry. I don't need, and that's fair.
Ellos no duermen bien en días calurosos. Ellos.
Oh man. Discord went down. Wait. Am I disconnecting? No. No. Discord just went down.
Ellos no duermen bien en días calurosos. No, duermen.
No duermen. Duermen bien.
Bien
en días calurosos.
Días calurosos.
Okay.
Esta semana va a nevar aquí.
Esta semana va a nevar aquí. You how are you with your Spanish stuff right now? Like you said it's been a long time using Duolingo, so what else do you use? Have you hit that dreaming Spanish? People keep dropping dreaming Spanish for me, but we're gonna go in a different route. Largely because I can't stream. I don't think I can stream that stuff. But how have you been using your Spanish? You watch native and read materials these days? I see. Okay. And then what do you read really? Watch and read, yeah. What do you typically do? I am going to probably play Cyberpunk 2077 in Spanish soon. I think it's really funny to be able to play Phantom Liberties in Spanish. Have a very fun, there's a very fun irony in it when Phantom Liberties is kind of mocked after, like modeled after the new president of the United States. Articles, games, you want to get into books, but you need to get a Kindle. Interesting. Is there something about doing it on your computer? Oh, you want something portable, right? You want something portable. So you can take it with you and read. Kindles are definitely quite a nice way to go and take things portable with you. Have you seen what Spanish stuff have you? Are we talking about like podcasts or like YouTube? Have you seen any Spanish movies or media recently? I think the last Spanish thing. What is the last Spanish thing? It has been a while. I do want to look for something current to watch. I think the closest thing is probably watching Coco in Spanish. At some point someone was talking about like what to watch, and I'm like, man, I need to revisit some stuff in Spanish, and Disney Pixar stuff is quite lovely in Spanish. Oh, and I guess I watched Encanta as well, again in Spanish. Not recently, you've been pretty slack, but yes, you've watched movies. You got any interesting ones that stick out? I like connecting with people based on what they're watching. Yesterday or 2 days ago, someone who's starting up Japanese suggested, I sound like a broken record. I brought this up like 4 times now, but they suggested a movie called Perfect Days, and it was such a wonderful Japanese film. It was very minimal dialogue in it, but the dialogue that was in it is very understood in Japanese. It was very common dialogue, so got a little out of it. Yeah, I do plan on probably playing either Cyberpunk 2077 in Spanish or something else that has multiple translations, and it's usually from a Western group, because there aren't like Spanish proper. Like what I mean is I had last month I had a blast listening to the French track and the English track, but the French track in addition of Clear Obscured. It would be really cool to find a like Hispanic inspired game. The closest thing I can think of is like Far Cry. Far Cry is as close, but that's like Colombia, not necessarily. Yeah, I'm trying to find. So I played it through twice. My Clair Obscure, yeah. We play at least the story. We play the story twice. I do that for all the Like a Dragon games. I played them through all the tracks. So Like a Dragon, when it came out, like a Dragon 7 and 8 comes out, 7 had introduced the English cast, and there were a couple titles already that had English and Japanese. So we played through that. And then Infinite Wealth have 3 tracks. So does the most recent one. So Yakuza Pirates. So we played through the story for all the tracks to kind of listen. And then at some point we'll probably switch to reading as well as listening. But there's not a lot of Spanish things. It's what I'm looking for. There are big titles that you can do, and one of the biggest titles is any European title. So things coming from CDPR has Spanish. Even Death Stranding 2, that's coming out soon, since it's being published by distributed by a bigger group, despite it being from Kojima. There's Spanish subtitles for that, and I kind of watched the Spanish playthrough of Death Stranding 1. Guillermo del Toro is in it as a cameo, so that's kind of fitting. Still looking for like a Grim Fandango or something like that. Something really taking advantage. Like I want a Clear Obscure, but in Spanish. Like something infused with, I don't know, El Dia de Muerto or something like that, right? Like inspired off like Day of the Dead, or maybe like Carnival and whatnot. That would be kind of cool. Like Still looking around for. Usually the Spanish things are very light. Some cultural connection to other words. Yeah, in other words, yeah. It would be cool because I absolutely love connecting the cultural aspect to the language. Other than living in the United States. I mean, if I go out, I will probably meet people of Hispanic origin. But that's not as cool as, in my opinion, seeing like a video game. The Clair Obscur, I'm not sure if you're into Clair Obscur, but there are Renaissance periods in Spain and in Central America, like Latina, where you can celebrate like Frida, right? I mean, I don't know a lot about painting and Renaissance periods in Spanish culture, but back in the day there were lots of times where you could do like Caribbean things, like Caribbean themes, pirates, right? Pirates and whatnot, that have potential in this day and age to be used as a backdrop for using your Spanish. Yeah. What kind of books do you read, by the way? Or like any podcasts that you listen to? Or like native material? The stuff that you watch? The most Spanish I get right now are people who constantly compare Spanish, French, and English. Or, yes, Spanish, French, and English. And then other things would be like comparing Chinese with German, and then Japanese with Malaysian and whatnot. I kind of like when people explain things to each other in different languages. So that's kind of how I interact. In terms of Spanish, as a quick brief, I took Spanish in high school and then I took Spanish in college. And now this is the first time I've ever revisited Spanish after more than 20 years, close to 20 years. It's close to 20 years since I've touched Spanish from a curriculum way. This is actually the first time I've ever learned a language again, like the people of today. So, I've got the times when I went to college and graduate school was a different time, and it's been a lot of fun. I know that you mentioned Duolingo isn't as exciting or impressive these days, but for me it's something very new. Like I think this stuff is incredibly fun. There's a lot to like about this, or it's very different. I'm an old school guy. I went through college and graduate school formally, and I did most of formal education stuff. So having access to like apps and stuff and exploring what apps can do with you and how current app design is pretty much why I do this. And I started this a year and a half ago. I want to continue to explore like what is accessible, but I do also want to complete them to some extent, like give them my best go. So a lot of the things I do may be a little unorthodox to perhaps not you specifically, but it's come up a couple times already when people are learning other languages, where they would say like, oh, you learn this way, and I actually don't learn any of these ways. Back in the day, you know, you have to cram, you have to learn all the abstract scientific jargon and whatnot. It is seemingly like learning another language, only this time there are no basis for understanding, and I didn't use any of these things before. It would have been interesting to use things like Anki or something if I had to remember terms, but I actually didn't even have flashcards. I didn't even use flashcards when I was younger. So it's been a wonderful experience exchanging stuff. Some people are less motivated or have some biases that I've been exposed to. Podcasts you haven't gotten into much these days. You mostly just watch Oh, BBC Mundo on YouTube. Interesting. BBC has a... does that mean... Wait. Does that mean... Oh, is it like a network, or is it referring to the news broadcast? That would be kind of interesting. I don't know how accessible BBC is. I would love to watch certain things. Or is it specifically for it's specifically for news? Oh, I was hoping. Oh, yeah, do they also have like Spanish Spanish things for their programming, or is it for the news site specifically? Claves para entender el histórico acuerdo entre Reino Unido. Oh, wow, that's very specific. What I mean is the news is very specific. Huh. Yeah, that's definitely regular news. La división entre los votantes por las medidas de Trump para enfrentar protestas en los... Yeah, that did happen recently. Yep. That definitely did happen recently. So it's world news. I see world news, but using Spanish. That's cool. Oh, there's a lot of news that I'm unaware of. Yeah, the ice thing is on the front page. Sense. You like that they're short and digestible. Sometimes they do other pieces, not just news. Educational stuff. Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye on that. Interesting. Yeah. That's a I haven't really found my groove yet for having a use case for Spanish. So BBC being able to also having like parallel... I like the idea of... So I don't know if this was coincidence or not, but I like the idea of having some sort of attachment. So BBC News is both in English and Spanish, right? So despite if you say like you don't want to rely on translation or something, you can also... you have relative experiences that has a chance of connecting the two. So I do like the idea of having news channels or like coverage channels that run in parallel with each other. Japan also somewhat does that too with NHK related things. So that's cool. I'll keep that in mind. BBC Mundo. I'll make a note here. Nice. Do you may I ask, do you do this for fun as a hobby, or what are your use cases for Spanish, and what brings you to Spanish? Actually, is Spanish some part of your regular daily life before you started, or perhaps like a heritage speaker and whatnot? Oh, a hobby? Spanish as a hobby. That's very refreshing. Now and like on Twitch, obviously you might have gathered this, but Japanese is quite trendy, but Spanish seems to be like one of those things people do, but they don't usually say they do it as a hobby. How long have you been working on your Spanish? I enjoy reading. I read quite a lot of Spanish, but my my production is really lazy. Like over the last almost 20 years, reading is great. You read what you have to, but I've become very lazy. So I kind of like Duolingo for being pedantic about things, because when you're reading Spanish, it's not necessarily, I talked about this a little bit when I was working on my Chinese. I have a habit in Chinese to use context clues. So the thing is, when I'm reading Spanish, I'm also super lazy at that. So I need to get better at, more diligent at outputting, like writing proper grammar and like making sure to agree things. But when I'm reading Spanish, I read it almost sort of like Chinese and Japanese, where if you have enough context, you kind of skip over those things. So for example, from time to time, I'll forget what's masculine and what's feminine, forget my ahs, drop my add extra articles here because I think there's an article there, and then not have articles here. So now I'm in the process of trying to clean that up again. The last thing I learned back in the day was like the subjunctive, and we haven't gotten to the subjunctive yet. But I'm still incredibly rusty in grammar in general, because it's one thing to read someone else's thing. Whenever I'm like responding and whatnot, it's really choppy. You wanted to learn a language. Spanish was supposed to be relatively easy with lots of speakers, so went with it. Oh, okay. I like that. I like that short and sweet. You just went for it, right? Instead of as opposed to wandering for the perfect language. Spanish. Solid. My choice was, when I was a kid, I heard that other people speak Spanish. I bumped into people that spoke Spanish. So in high school, I picked Spanish. And then, of course, now I'm doing it because I continued doing Spanish in college. So after a solid 16 years of reading random Spanish everywhere in like chat rooms and whatnot, here I am. It's added to the end. I'm largely at the moment focusing on Japanese and Chinese, which are also part of my regular life. I speak a dialect of the Chinese language, or one of the Mandarin dialects, I suppose, with my folks. Do you happen to speak another language in your household? Like, are you exposed to being around multiple languages? Or are you a solo English speaker? It's pretty amazing to voluntarily. You've also been learning Mandarin more recently, which is why you were interested in the stream. Oh, okay. 你听到中文吗？我说的中文不太好，但是学习each day I try to get a little better at Mandarin, but constructing is still relatively non-existent. I am far more a heritage speaker than I am someone who like writes and reads. So right now I sound more like a parrot imitating the typical things, but I could ask a few things here and there. So you're interested in Mandarin. How's the Mandarin going? If you're picking up Mandarin, then I don't know. Do you know what I mean when I say, if you read this, there's enough context in this sentence that you don't need to consider the the here, or this a lot of times, but in Mandarin you can still say like 这个周末, right? Or 这个 week. How you say week without saying weekend? I guess 这个周去下学这里 you have to rearrange to hold this. You would probably say 这里 first, here, 这里下雪，会下雪。这里今天 or 今桌金桌会下雪 right? I said like here this week is going to snow. So you have to like put the time and the place, the time and place up front. I guess you can place it a little closer, but then the article. Yeah, you understood what you said, but you still consider yourself a beginner. Been learning very slowly. How is it? How is it? Having now like quite a lot of Spanish under your belt. How is that transition? For Spanish learners, right? The people who command Spanish and already learn natives, they have a wonderful time transitioning through to Japanese, because Japanese is quite trendy right now. But Mandarin, I don't hear that too often as well. For me, it's very... Mandarin definitely feels at home. With Japanese, even though doubling the time has not been so much Spanish, I would totally agree with the idea, like Spanish just feels like home a lot of times. But I always get nailed for being lazy. I type Spanish very, very lazily. I drop things all the time. I'm trying to be a little bit better about that. 中文是很难 right 很难 but it has a very distinct feeling. It has a very distinct feeling than Spanish. I feel like it's nice to have something different while also having something similar. I don't know if you feel the same way as I do, where it's almost as though learning two very different languages is refreshing and I can do both in one day, as opposed to doing like 3 languages that are very similar and it becomes a little exhausting. I felt like it's very similar having Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish while being an English speaker. English and Spanish visibly may look like they adhere to each other, and so does Japanese and Chinese, but they feel very remarkably different enough so that it feels like you're doing 2 or 3 different things as opposed to one singular thing. I think I had a comment quite some time ago when someone says, don't you get exhausted from doing the same thing? And I often think, when you think of Chinese, I don't often feel like it's the same as studying Spanish. So, not sure if you feel that way. Esta semana va a nevar aquí. How long ago did you use Duolingo Spanish? I'm actually kind of curious. A point of reference for your Duolingo Spanish. I don't know what it's like past a year and a half ago, so I have no idea what it was like or anything like that. There was a lot of discussion about whenever I'm using whenever I have like Duolingo displayed for Japanese, there's quite a lot of commentary. It's very regular about it, but generally speaking, I'm using it as a way to change up my stuff. It's a very different language, and there's almost a complete lack of cognates in Mandarin compared to Spanish. Yeah, outside of Sibanya. That's pretty funny. I didn't realize how the phonetics, like the phonetic cognates were constructed until now. So Sibanya was definitely like, oh, that makes sense now why my parents always say it that way. Yeah, no, not too much cognates. No cognates. Do you have anyone around you that also am interested in language learning? But stuff you learned about language learning in general has been very useful in informing your approach. How are you going about it? Yeah, how are you going about it?你学习中文做了什么？ That's probably not how you go about saying that. Just throw it in every once in a while. Right. Oh, we gotta compare notes sometime in the future. You know, like 3 or 4 months down the road or something. I think, for lack of a better word, I think you are the first. Like, by coincidence, you happen to be the first who said you like Spanish and you've worked on Spanish and you happen to have an interest in Chinese. Like, after a year and a half, I think you are the first person. So this is very, very intriguing to me. You're pretty much abroad the comprehensible input. Oh, you're on board the comprehensible input train with a bit of focus study on certain things. Ah, okay. Is there any particular thing that you're doing applying comprehensible input? Like, what type of comprehensible input are you going with? Because comprehensible input, right, is the theory that is married with a lot of forms of input. I don't think I have anything beyond what I do already, so it's hard for me to empathize with someone else at the moment, since listening is something I already have done previously. So I play video games for the time being. It's more about construction and being illiterate. I was illiterate. As of, how long has it? Like less than a year ago, or a little over a year ago, I was illiterate. I cannot read any traditional and or simplified Chinese. And then I completed the Duolingo Chinese course, which was in simplified Chinese, and then now I'm doubling over those in traditional Chinese reads from the app HanziHero, and then I'm reading those things by reinforcing what I usually hear, and it's been a wonderful time until I get to a point where it's going to be advanced beyond conversational stuff. Then I will probably start using LLMs to do like construction work, which is happening next month, where I'm going to attempt to, in this same slot, we're gonna attempt to juggle every other activity where I'm going to be doing LLM construction. So things that I already have to do, like how do I describe clear obscure in Chinese? So I will make an attempt and say, paint, I would need a collection of words. Then I would put all the collection of words into common sentences and then write that out. And then I would ask, I don't know, ChatGPT, can you present me a summary of clear obscure using HSK 1 through 3, and then I can take more ideas from that and then write something. And that's probably where I'm going to go about doing that. Meanwhile, I'll continue to wait for the next Like a Dragon game for Chinese casting stuff. Unfortunately, so Black Myth Wukong, Black Myth Wukong came out recently, but the things I talk about makes it very sketchy to play that game and talk about it, because there's like a bit of restriction on it. I don't know if you're aware of that. Oftentimes it's very touch and go when it comes to streaming public things and talking about public things with Chinese media related things. And also Journey to the West is a mythology, and it is heavily delved in spiritualism, so it kind of uses like old age folklore most of the time. It is one of my favorite childhood things, and I've watched a lot of Journey to the West stuff, but that Chinese is, it makes you sound like an ancient, like ancient wise man most of the time when you're trying to figure that out. It's like, oh yeah, all right, the plum trees bask in the sun, wavering its spirit, waving its influence over the world. I'm like, okay, that's great. At least you can extract plum trees and wind and the breath of the earth, but quite not that. Yeah, you imagine it's super so much cultural. Yeah, like the great Buddha, like you know, like the great Buddha demonstrates its grievances with the sins of a demon child, and I'm like, okay, all right, well, whenever I have to talk about sins and demon child, I suppose, and then there's ghosts and ghost spirits. Although it can be really fun. Let me know. I would love to hear your experience with Chinese, and if there's any like interesting connections you make with Spanish and Chinese. I think one thing that really gets me motivated, and I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but whenever you find more and more connections between the languages you're learning, and possibly even the language that you already speak, like your native language, but you want to learn more about your native language again because you have to double check certain things, it kind of makes the stuff come together. And that's what I'm trying to do at the moment. It's hard to like not think of like 这个 right, 这个去学这里 right, 这里给周 when I'm reading esta semana va nevar aquí, right? So love to hear how you go about in the future negotiating all the stuff. I do broken sentences all the time. For Chinese, you're mostly focusing on just getting characters into your head right now, not much time for actual content. That's perfectly all right. I would love to hear your character stories. I choose to write most of my characters as a reinforcement tool, but I would love to hear your stories with like, do you have a particular grievance with with a particular character? It makes, in my opinion, it makes all your characters have interesting stories. Although for now, I love doing the HanziHero thing, right? When you write something like this, right? Sorry, mouse. So you have like a mouth, a few slides, or a few drops. So I love the idea behind making a foundational story behind characters, because I think that kind of illustrates and captures the feeling of looking at these characters, right? When I look at this, I all I see is Chao, which is noisy. However, if I wanted to be like really funny about it, this is Charlie Brown going to the cellar of the barn. The cellar. This is the cellar. This is the barn. This is Charlie Brown. And then he happens to encounter a few cows. Few cows that are mouthing off. Wait. Yes, are mouthing off, that are making a lot of noise. So it's noisy. But that's, so far I'm having a lot of fun figuring out and participating how other people go about remembering their little characters and whatnot. Oh, and also like the radical stuff. I'm not sure if you're into the radical stuff. Because of the combined radicals of Japanese and Chinese, one set of radicals can serve many purposes, and that's kind of neat too. That would be something very new. Your mnemonics don't involve pronunciation. I see. Are you going straight into associating sound and just skipping a middleman, or have you picked up, did you use like the, I don't know what it's called. Is it this? 字样 or something. I forgot what that thing is. I'm using pinyin, of course. That I'm literally writing in pinyin. You have a similar approach, been following, remembering the Hanzi. Oh, okay. Yeah. Remembering the Hanzi. You're gonna have to give me your we're gonna have to drilling with Anki. Nice. Yeah. So we have some relatable experience. I'm gonna poll you for some hot takes every once in a while. Right now, I would say my the one I have like a personal gripe against very specific characters. That's why HanziHero caught your eye. Oh, okay. Have you given it a try? It's not time limited, the trial. The trial period is whenever you reach 100 characters. So there's no time limit. You just start and get to 100 characters and then see how it feels. But that's, so no like investment, no financial investment for the first 100 characters to see how it goes. It's not for everyone, obviously. You have to really embrace it. Yeah, you might have to embrace it if you're going to subscribe to it, but I like their approach where they don't put a time limit, so you can burn the 100 characters. In WaniKani, it's a period of time, so like for that 1 month period, if you just happen to be busy 2/3 of the month, then that's the end. Ends there. So it's pretty interesting foresight on it. As a little fun tidbit, I believe both Phil and Kevin are from the United States. They're actually Floridians, but Kevin presumably has moved to Taiwan. So he's over there chilling, and his brother Phil is here in the, I guess, eastern coast of the United States. So it's largely Phil's passion that led to the creation of HanziHero. I'm basically reading whatever material they offer in public. I like to get to know the people who make their products. Unfortunately, when it's behind a large corporate ladder, that can be a little difficult to figure out, like Duolingo, right? It's hard to know with layers and layers of executives in the way. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I imagine you haven't encountered too many Spanish people or Spanish speakers that are like, oh yeah, hot dog, let's go learn some Mandarin, and then you can like double down on your Spanish with Mandarin. I have been recently, occasionally when I find time, I would listen to a Japanese person learn English or work on their English, or a Chinese person or Chinese speaker working on English. But I haven't done the other way because my proficiency is not good enough. My listening skills is not sufficient yet in a manner in which I can like listen to a Japanese person learn Chinese, which is not very common, nor the other way around. But I'm not sure about Spanish. I feel like Spanish you will likely be able, well, no, it's usually Japanese. I haven't encountered any Spanish speaker that is actively learning Mandarin. That would be interesting. I like the idea of using, well, if you're going to learn something, you can also use your target language, which technically a large, like a large corporate version app like this may have the resources to do that. So like Babbel, Pimsleur, and whatnot. Laddering, you think people call it? Yeah, laddering. Yeah, that's what the fancy word for it. I wasn't gonna refer to laddering because of the jargon might be esoteric, right? Esoteric. So yeah, laddering, and you can ladder with immersive, comprehensible input stuff. But one of the things that I found is the moment I've become conversational enough in my listening, I started moving from someone who is teaching or like easy listening in Japanese, for example. Instead, I end up watching like videos and stuff of a Japanese Chinese couple, or a Japanese English couple, or a Chinese English couple. So what happens then is whenever they talk and negotiate, they just go back and forth between the languages. So to me, that's kind of like what my usual life is like. I speak hybrid language with my parents, largely because the language that my parents speak are not taught, and it's also not a formal national language from China. It's a regional dialect, and the dialects are unintelligible to each other. You like keeping things separate personally? I see. But you have stumbled upon a YouTube channel of a Spaniard living in China recently? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, and if you like keeping things separately, I'm kind of curious of your perspective on a lot of things. So definitely would love to compare and contrast between how one manages to keep things separately. Because the way I go about things would be not relatable to someone who keeps things separately. And I haven't really met another person who has the potential of beginning to ladder or like have these type of things going on. For the most part, I think the vast majority of people that I have met are solely creating environments where they are focusing on a singular language, be it their secondary or tertiary. They're either they've simultaneously acquired 2 languages and they're learning a third, so they're just isolating it completely, or juggling. Like, I haven't met anyone who's willing to juggle a learning process involving 2 languages. Not that I'm saying you are currently, but I like to compare and contrast with someone who's like compartmentalizing the things. A Spaniard living in China. I wonder how that's going about. Anyways, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Are you planning on visiting somewhere, having the opportunity to use your Spanish in a different way, like I'm not sure where you're from. Spain is kind of rough from where I'm from, so, but I don't imagine Latin America being too adverse to visits. And then, of course, China. I myself have not visited China in my adult life. Presumably, there was a time when I was too young to recollect that I've stepped foot in China, but not that I can recall in my adult life. You rode a bike. Tu montaste tu bicicleta. Bicicleta el
Tú.
sábado.
Tú. Tú. El
sábado.
Sábado.
El clima aquí es muy caluroso. Ayer fue
Ayer
fue muy día muy un día muy caluroso.
¿Está lloviendo ahora mismo?
Está bien. What?
¿Está lloviendo ahora mismo?
What? Okay, I didn't hear that.
Está lloviendo
Oh.
ahora mismo.
That's kind of funny. Lloviendo sounds like yo bien. Okay. Oh, that was a question. My bad. Está nevando en Boston.
¿A qué hora comenzamos?
Okay, hora comenzamos. Whoops.
¿A qué hora comenzamos?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Va a haber mucha nieve allá.
Nani kore? Wait.
Va a haber mucha nieve allá. Va
a
ver nieve.
Nieve mucho. You try to keep them isolated because you feel like otherwise they will creep into each other more in terms of pronunciation, grammar, just the general way people think in each language. I see. Yeah, fair enough. Va a haber nieve.
Va a haber mucha nieve allá. Nieve.
Oh,
mucha nieve allá.
Anoche nevó un poco.
You're not really juggling because Spanish is basic on maintenance modes? Oh, okay. That's fair enough. I am probably still juggling everything. Yeah. I'm probably also juggling English because I've learned that there are quite some weaknesses in my English. So discovering how to explain things, a lot of these little concepts in English has revealed quite a bit of my complacency over.
Anoche nevó un poco.
Anoche. What?
Anoche nevó un poco.
Just sounds like you had a in there. Oh, there is a in there. Un poco.
Estuvimos en lugares muy fríos.
Estuvimos en lugares muy fríos. We were in very cold places. Okay. Es una lluvia fría.
Fría.
A veces. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Then you might find this a bit jarring, but if at any time, I will probably be answering questions about laddering, because most of the time, I don't think I've learned or maintained English, for example, in isolation. Most of the time, you cross the wires, dot the T's, reinforce your wires in parallel all the time. Right? Like, even using Chinese out of sync, you can produce this. So, like, woman sometimes can be a lot of expressions. So woman, like a veces dormir, right? Dormir 很多星期日 right? 星期日像. So you kind of just do the thing lined up together and then negotiate the flexibilities between the stuff. Oftentimes, like, reading Spanish would be English in a different order, or Chinese reading it would be in English in a different order. And my parents use English in that order, so you kind of end up having this. It's almost a taboo for a lot. I'm not sure if you've ever been to diaspora household, but oftentimes there's this somewhat stigma about having hybrid language, where someone would speak partially in something and continue and finish in something else. And then oftentimes in households of diaspora, they would invoke like a rule to exclusively speak a specific language or another language, depending on the identity of the household. And the thing about growing up with Fujianese parents is that teaching and schooling in that dialect is something that is not normal. So it ended up defaulting to English. But most of my retention of Fujianese came from its relationship with the English. So to this day, when I'm learning a language, that is my default approach as well, which may not be very relatable to a lot of people, especially like the current theories, the hot takes, the trendy approaches that's available online, or so I found. The impression that I have been receiving about it.
Anoche nevó un poco.
All right, and that's a wrap. for today. Really appreciate your company today, Spud. Okay, so let's quickly go over the stuff from today, from this unit, and wrap it up. So palabras nuevas, right? Oh, we got some honorable mentions too because of the affirmative. Those affirmative exercises. Very weak on, I think it's seguir. Pretty sure it's seguir. And then oh no, it's not that. It's Whose turn? That's not the one I'm looking for. Hirad? Probably Hirad. Or yeah, those are the two that I need to reinforce later. Let's see. We have Komensad. Encontrar use. Oh, dang. It's blocked off. I gotta move up to the top. Let's go this way. Sometimes there's an object blocking the writing. Sorry for not answering all your questions and stuff. There's a lot you could say, but a bit hard to keep up, I suppose. And you're supposed to be doing other things anyways. Oh, that's fair enough. Like, you know, in time, right? In time. Hopefully I'm not keeping you from too many things. Llover. Navar. Llover. Yeah. Aroso. Vas a ver. Árbol. Might be something else. I already had Uvia. And Nieve. What else belonged to this chapter? I think this is good enough. Alright. So let's see. What's for tomorrow? E. Oh, did I not finish the... Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah, because of the bug. So we have city weather. That makes sense. City weather. Someone who complains about city weather. Maybe it's Falstaff. And then hot weather. What the hot weather? There's a bunch of weather stuff. Expected. Maybe Lynn. Prefer to stay indoors. What is my adventure? Lily's rainy day. I'm sensing the stuff is not going to be too outside. Alright. Well, that's what I'm doing off in 2 days time, right? So now what we're doing is we're juggling. So tomorrow is completing the existing Duolingo units on Japanese, and the current unit is about banking and money, banking stuff. So then I do this stuff. I kind of bootstrap through it a little bit. I have a few grammar points that I need to look up. Affirmative, imperative. Brush up on affirmative imperative. And the phrasing for these things are fine. Yeah, phrasing for these things are fine. In terms of weather, it's okay. Not too much for this. So we're looking forward to the next unit. In what? I guess I'm starting unit 20. Oh, I might not finish this month, actually, because of all the delays. I'm gonna do a special recap of section 3 once we accomplish that, and review basically everything in section 3 for a review and retrospection, and then how I'm gonna change up some of this stuff, because I'm gonna have to change up some of this routine in order to make it probably do networks, where if I take Nieve, right, I should definitely think of Yuya quite a bit. Or mucho sol, think about phrases that are grouped together. And then if I think of Nieve, I think of nevar, and then Yuya, I think of yover. But in the way Duolingo introduces this stuff, they're not being grouped together on their own. They're occurring on their own sometimes. And I want to expand, trying to actively create and embellish groups. I think there is enough vocabulary now to do that for fun as an exercise, and you just build on it little by little while being exposed to more things. It's probably what we're gonna do soon, but it's not gonna be for a while still. What is it now? It's every 6 days? Sorry, every 4 days there'll be a new unit, provided I'm consistent, but it's more like every 5 days because I'm still juggling something else. And what we have, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 4 would be 16. 4 times 5 is 20. That takes us out of June. I was expecting to do this review of section 3 before the end of this month. We'll see how it works out. Definitely working with more stuff. Fun. It's Spanish is definitely on the more casual end until I find another balancing point, some other thing I can incorporate into it. All right, that's a wrap for today. Had a really wonderful discussion, right? Really wonderful. Thank you, Spud, again. Obviously no obligations or anything like that. I love interacting or double downing on any opportunities to share some relatable experiences or contrasting experiences with people, the occasional person. I mean, nowadays, I still feel it sounds like there are a lot of people. If you go to an environment with a lot of people who do language learning, it might feel like there's a lot of language learners, but honestly, very, very rare. And I'm often surrounded by academics and intellectuals, but language learning is most definitely not one that comes up as a hobby. There's quite a lot of things to like about the internet and quite a lot of different hobbies. So it's very humbling and sobering and exciting at the same time to meet someone who happens to have shared interest in language learning or not have similar takes on it. I've met more friction than camaraderie so far when it comes to showing some sharing experiences, engaging in language learning. So I thank you for that. I always appreciate. Hopefully, good luck with everything until the next time we may exchange more stories. So for now, that's a wrap for Spanish. If you don't watch this later, muchas gracias. As always, feel free to pop on in every once in a while. Yes, of course. Good luck to you as well, Spud. Yeah, no obligations, of course. No obligations. Come back like in a year or two when you make a breakthrough in Mandarin. I would love to hear that. I encounter people who go through like a whole semester of university and then they come back and tell me about it. I love hearing stories as people's lives are gone. And it might be entirely different, you know. Duolingo might be over by then. So thank you again. Always feel free. I always like bantering, discussing things. It breaks up and makes it feel great to learn a language when you know that other people are learning languages differently, having fun, ups and downs. It's great to know that other people enjoy or am tackling similar experiences or goals that you are. Feels a little bit of togetherness despite being really far apart or strangers. So anyways, take care everyone. I'll catch you guys next time. So for all those who are picking up a language or just enjoying listening to someone banter about language, yeah, always welcome. Stay safe, stay healthy, good luck with everything. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Adios.